All right, B Mitch family, 106.7 The Fan. As we come to you live right here from the Navy Yard Studios, we have a very, very packed show for you today. Notre Dame last night moved on. We're going to discuss that. To do that, there's a lot of tragic things happening. Talk to some of my friends, and they say it's not good out there in L.A. At 11 o'clock, we'll be joined by PFT commenter. Then we're going to get ask B Mitch anything. Well, before I make sure, 11:45, we got the Jeff Walker hype song. At 12 o'clock, ask B Mitch anything. Be ready to ask me anything. I don't care what you ask. We'll be joined by.
Can I ask a question then?
Yeah. Where the hell you at?
What the hell is going on here? You and I agreed we were going to be out here on Friday.
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
No.
I said, yo, it's the last. I was like, it's potentially the last practice. I want to be there.
Well, I didn't say I was going out there. I knew I had to go. No.
We talked about it. I almost called you this morning to see where you were.
Jay, I had to go to, what's called straight from there. I never said I was coming out there today.
The only dude that I think will back me up is, at least for me, I told CK I was going to be in Ashburn all week.
Well, I did not tell you I was going to go to Ashburn today.
But more than that, Landfill, I've been talking to you for like 5 minutes down the line.
Landfill say he didn't know where the hell you were.
I just don't exist. Nobody heard me.
I mean,
hello.
I wasn't listening because you aren't here. You're always here on Friday.
I told all of you guys that I was going to be in Ashburn Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday this week.
I didn't remember that. Because I knew I had to go to what you call
Jeffrey.
Friday,
Jeffrey,
when did
any help?
I never heard this. I was about to call you and be like, "Yo, JP, you good?"
He's like, man, he's out there with JP at.
Maybe I only told CK. If that's the truth,
that may be.
I will own that. I swear we talked about this all week.
No,
but I need at least the cluster buster to back me up. I don't know if CK's in
there. If you told the cluster buster, he may know, but you didn't tell me. I didn't tell you I was going to be there because I know I was going to.
I knew you were going to be in studio yesterday.
No, I knew I was going to be in studio today too because I'm going to the harbor.
We talked about this Wednesday. You're right. Now that you say that, B, you're right. But we talked about it Wednesday. I was like, all right, I'm going to be out here the rest of the week. And you were like, all right, well, Thursday I'm going to be in studio. I'm not sure on Friday. Depends on my flight and everything.
No, mine is I got to go to a harbor.
Yeah, but when are you flying out tonight or tomorrow?
Tonight.
Okay. What are you on the 8 o'clock? Are we on the same flight?
757.
Yeah. Same thing.
Yeah.
DCA, right?
Yeah.
All right. I'll see you there. If you're going to the harbor for the bar crawl, right?
I'm going to be sober as hell.
Yeah. Sober as a judge, baby.
Hell yeah.
Speaking of sober as a judge, good morning, everybody. I hope everybody's doing well. It's 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia. Brian, your phone is probably my phone on steroids, honestly. But you and I get a number of text messages, and maybe just everybody, right?
Mm-hmm.
What would you say your percent of text messages that are annoying is?
That are annoying?
Like 30%, 40%?
Nah, because those people don't call me because they already know I think they're annoying.
Right. Well, I'm saying text, though.
You mean texting too, but like I get annoying texts from people that I don't know. You know, I keep getting these texts from people asking me questions, trying to get you to say yes so they can scam you or whatever. And I just erase them.
You are very scam aware. Yeah. Nobody is more scam aware than Brian.
Because what happens is, let's say I know your phone number. What people would do, it'll come from a number very similar to yours and ask me a question. Well, if your name is not in my phone, I'm not answering the damn question. I'm just going to erase it. And then I report junk. But I deal with those on a daily basis.
Landfill, I bet B Mitch, his report junk percentages in Apple are higher than average. Do you agree?
Oh, hell yeah. Because I just don't deal with it.
Yeah, I imagine.
People get caught up in responding back and forth with the people. I'm not responding at all.
I agree with you. So last night, but I get a bunch of texts from like stuff that I don't really feel like dealing with that I deal with, if that makes sense.
All right.
But sometimes I get texts that I'm like kind of excited by or like curious about. Last night, a buddy of mine that I don't get that many texts from that like I was excited to get this text. This was 6 o'clock yesterday. My buddy's cousin was at a bar, and I'm guessing kind of drunk, and he claims that Bruce Arians, this was in Tampa, he said Bruce Arians said he was playing golf with you today. And I was like, Listen, man, I don't know. Maybe B's going to Tampa before I know
Playing
about
golf
it.
with me?
Yes. So, per a report in a Tampa bar, my buddy's cousin says Bruce Arians said he was golfing with you today. So you might be late for a tee time, B.
Well, I don't think me and Bruce Arians have that type of relationship. And he had never called me. I may be playing golf with somebody that Bruce Arians. No, he didn't even coach Ronde.
Nah,
Ronde was gone when he got there.
Dungy and then Gruden.
So I don't know how that happened.
And the fact that somebody's asking me about your potential tee time on Friday with Bruce Arians,
look,
I'm like,
Friday,
I'm pretty sure we're on the air.
We don't must know we're in the same damn building together. How the hell am I going to play golf and I'm not in Tampa until tonight?
I wish you guys, like, I was in the stream. Maybe White Brian could see my face because I literally, I'm in the stream, headset on, connected, and then
you know I'm not in the stream. I get in the stream later.
Yeah, take your time.
I try not to be first.
But I'm literally just sitting here, and then I hear B come up, and I'm like, I maybe I should just take the day off. I'll just go shovel snow.
Like hell, I mean, I'm not gonna just let the music play because Landfill he get a hissy fit.
Landfill does get a little hissy fit.
So I just started talking because I still was expecting you to walk through the
We're
door.
a talk station, not a music station.
I like the music though. All right, so we've confirmed B Mitch is not playing golf at least today with Bruce Arians.
Brian, which one of these links I need to hit?
It doesn't help that we get like 8 links a day. Another thing I just saw that I found pretty interesting. This is clearly from the Pro Football Talk Twitter account. Like, not all the tweets are written by Florio. Some of them are, and I think you can tell the ones that are. To me, this one is from Pro Football Talk. The perpetually pathetic Commanders are suddenly contenders. Adam Peters led the turnaround. For that, he's the PFT 2024 Executive of the Year. I think Adam Peters deserves the honor. I think that was a particular,
all that extra stuff needs to go, Florio. One finger salute to you.
Well, I just think to describe them still as perpetually pathetic is inaccurate. I think ownership changed.
He
and
should
a lot
put once
of
in front
other
of
stuff
that.
has changed.
Once. Boom, boom, boom. And then
I think
the other stuff be good.
B, I think you nailed it. If the first sentence read the once perpetually pathetic commander,
then we could deal with it. But it's like people want
I think they're out of that boat, dude.
There are a lot of people who still want to put the pass on this current team, and I refuse to let it happen.
I'm with that. I am with that. The football game last night was a classic. It was really, really good. I still think the kid that came in just before halftime might have been the best quarterback we saw out of all 3 of them. Angeli. He was the only dude where the ball came out fast and made good decisions. Late in the game, Leonard had an interception, which was a hell of a play. That Penn State DN 33.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna. I don't remember his name.
Number 33 from Penn
for
State. Well, you can't remember his name. They don't put their name on the back of their jersey.
That's a good point.
That is pathetic to me.
It's their thing. I thought last night.
Get over it, though.
From like
they paying people just like everybody else now. So stop that. That's ridiculous.
I love that. That's a take. My man's name is Danny Dennis Sutton. He went to McDonough in Baltimore. How about that? He's from Delaware, 6'5", 260 DN. To not only drop in coverage like that, but then to have the awareness and the athleticism to make that pick was phenomenal. Really good game, really fun game. Shout out to my guy Denton Day, who gave me a parlay last night. He told me to take Katron Allen over rush yards, which got home no problem, and then a Katron Allen anytime touchdown.
Yep.
So that parlay would have paid almost 3-1.
I told you that kid was in IMG with Bria when she was down there.
Well, Brian, do you know what happened?
What happened?
The other guy scored all the touchdowns.
Number 10.
Number 10.
Yeah.
I needed 1 for 13, and 10 got every look at the goal line.
He came in rolling, dog.
So I do want to personally say, as we get towards the end of college football, that I love Denton, talented young man, dresses incredibly weird, possibly is making hostage videos somewhere in the office. His picks have perpetually lost for me.
Well, I'll say this also. The defense of Penn State, whoever that coordinator is, he has to be the dumbest guy in the world. Riley Leonard kept running that little quarterback draw.
That's like what he can do.
But that was the bruh. He did nothing to deceive you. He got the ball, he hit step, he went down the middle. And they never, ever adjusted to it. No one did.
And then Aller, I had heard this conversation that if Aller kind of ran the table in college football, because he's already announced he's coming back to, what do they call it, Happy Valley, right?
Yeah.
He's coming back to Penn State. He's already announced he's coming back, but a lot of people were saying, if they run the table and he plays really well, he might come out because, this race to be the number one quarterback is fairly wide open. To me, I think it's Cam Ward, but, this ain't last year's quarterback draft, right?
Nah.
I don't think Aller was very good, and I can't imagine he's coming out now.
My man would call and say, man, he going to throw an interception here. Boom, he threw an interception.
Totally. And it was, dude, and they got bailed out of the god-awful throw he made into triple coverage. I understand you want to go to your tight end. You believe in that kid to make a play. In letter of the rule, there was pass interference there. Like, I understand it.
It was.
But that's an awful throw.
It was pathetic. What's that word we just used? What did Florio use by the Commanders?
Perpetually pathetic.
It was perpetually pathetic. There we go. Yeah.
Penn State doesn't have any receivers. That doesn't help them. James Franklin, dude, 12 consecutive losses to top 5 teams. Hasn't beat a top 5 team in 8 years.
Yeah, he better get it together.
Bro, I don't know what – I'm not saying you fire the guy. He's obviously good, but I was having this argument with Wildcard Scotty, who's a big Penn Stater, and my thing with Penn State is they want to be considered in the tier of Georgia and Texas and Ohio State and Alabama and whatever that conversation is of the top tier.
Not this year.
They're just not there, dude.
Not last year.
Not for
a long time.
B, they showed the graphic last night. Do you know Penn State's last natty?
Way back when they beat
86.
They beat like Miami or somebody like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Vinny Testaverde threw 5 picks. And when I watched that 30 for 30, I'm shocked he was paid to throw that game, the way some of those picks look. I'm not knocking Penn State. They're a good program. Whatever that second tier is, they might be at the top of it. But, like, they got gifted a path of SMU and Boise State to get to the Final Four. Meanwhile, Ohio State has beat the hell out of Tennessee and Oregon. Like, there's levels to this. Notre Dame, man, is for real. I really, really like Marcus Freeman. He is all class and just has that team so locked in. I think Freeman is really impressive, dude.
Yeah.
Really impressive.
I agree.
I can't wait to watch tonight, Ohio State, Texas. And I heard, and I'm not going to act like I heard a rumor. I think I saw it on social media. What do you hear? I don't know if this is real or not. I'm just going to openly speculate that. Jerry Jones, so Jerry said Mike McCarthy can't interview with Chicago.
Yeah.
Right? They turned down the Bears. Now, today is January 10th. Apparently, McCarthy's contract doesn't expire until the 14th.
What if McCarthy just quit right now?
Tuesday?
Can he interview? If
I don't know. That's fascinating because at this point, you've probably been paid damn near every dollar.
Yeah, but I'm like, hell, you're going to try and stop me from talking to these people. My thing is expiring in a week. I quit. Can you talk?
I don't know. That's interesting. That's an interesting thought. I don't know the answer to that. But I saw this, and this might have been proposed by the Jeff Walker of the Cowboys, right? Like, I don't know the validity of this. But somebody said Jerry is waiting around for the Longhorn season to finish because he wants to make a run at Steve Sarkisian, Texas coach. What do you think of that?
Hey, go for it.
I mean, there's a
Jerry
long time.
He wants the next hot thing as he sees it.
Well, just think about when the Cowboys had all of their success, basically, in Jerry's tenure, which was 30 years ago in the early 90s. It was Jimmy Johnson, who they hired from Miami. And then when Jerry and Jimmy's egos collided, then they hired Barry Switzer from Oklahoma.
Old Bear.
Like bootlegger's boy. Shout out to Barry Switzer. Nobody inherited more and did less and got a Super Bowl ring and got arrested for bringing a gun on a plane. Like, if you think those Cowboys teams were nuts, consider the fact that the coach got arrested for bringing a gun on a plane.
Hey, man.
Like, the guy that's supposed to be in charge.
He
bringing
thought
the
he was
discipline.
getting on a horse and riding, man. He's a Cowboy fan.
That's a different universe out there, man.
Yeah.
Last night, that game was so much fun to watch. My wife stayed up and watched it, and Lauren's not a big college football fan. Like, a lot of times, she's just not that into it. But the game last night just really kind of
it grabbed you. I mean, early on it was like a snoozer, but then as the game went on, it got much better. I happened to be in Arlington, and when I walked out the bar, I was like, "Damn, it's this late." I didn't expect it to be. Well, I got to my house right around 1:00 this morning.
Well, and it was a 7:30 start. Like, they actually kicked the ball off at like 7:45.
Yeah.
And it still went late. My boy Zach Hart just texted me. He's a former college quarterback, says putting the ball in the Penn State quarterback's hands, who had not read coverage and made a good throw all night to try and lead a scoring drive at the end, was just an awful coaching decision. I'm with you there, man.
I mean, they went with him all year. What are they going to do all of a sudden now? Don't go with him?
I think they still had enough time. I don't know. I don't know what their options were. I think there's a real hole on that roster with the lack of guys that can win on the edge. 44 is a stud, but and you got backs that are studs. But like
41 was slow.
Yeah,
he couldn't check nobody.
I tell you who the best player on the field though last night was, and it wasn't close. Was 11 Abdul Carter.
Yeah, he can
that
play.
DN,
dog. He can play.
Yo, I understand that quarterbacks get overdrafted. Like, I'm acutely aware of that. I've seen it happen in Washington for 25 years. Dude, this draft cycle and frankly this coaching cycle that's going on right now, if Commanders fans aren't aware of how happy they should be right now to not be involved in that stuff, like I feel like that. I don't know this, but I feel like I've seen this in like rom-coms and stuff where young women hate the dating scene, and then one of their friends finds the guy and they get married, and then they're so happy to be out of the dating
married.
Scene. But right, like Commanders fans have escaped the terrible dating scene and now are just like happily living life. And I hope everybody, we got a lot to talk about with this game Sunday night, but like everybody take a deep breath and realize the muck that they're out of and just be satisfied for a brief moment.
Yeah.
When you look at this upcoming draft, that kid Abdul Carter, I'm just looking at Tankathon. Right now they have him going 7th to Penn State. I'm sorry, 7th to the Jets, the Penn State DN, 6'3", 250. He dominated that game last night.
He did.
And the word is his shoulder, he's maybe playing at 75, 80%.
Well, his 75, 80 was better than everybody else on the field.
Like, I'm not saying who the best college player was, and I don't know anything about his personal, like, I don't know if there's anything else there. I know nothing about him, but that dude on my current big board is the number 1 overall pick. Like that dude, his game translates to the pros, no problem. We'll see. I mean, if you want to argue Hunter, I get it. I know there's the big D lineman from Michigan that a lot of folks really like. I think Graham is his name. I get that too. It's remarkable. This is, by a long stretch, the year I've paid the least attention to the draft on January 10th in a long time, and I couldn't be happier about it. But, Landfill, did you ever book Doc Walker to come on with his mock draft?
Doc don't do no mock draft.
Yeah, he's in March.
February 29th, I think,
Man,
is Doc Walker's mock
draft. You out about some mock draft.
Well, he said he's going to come on February 29th. We got some scheduling information for next year. Plus, we got a wild card game, man. It's a big day in the DMV.
Next year, man.
Nobody
Let's
go
talk
anywhere.
about that next week. I mean,
it's on the show sheet. What do you want me to do?
Good morning, everyone. Well, Notre Dame is moving on to the national championship game after a thrilling 27-24 win over Penn State in last night's Orange Bowl. The Irish will play the winner of Ohio State and Texas, who meet up tonight in the Cotton Bowl for the national title. The Nationals will avoid arbitration, signing Riley Adams, Mackenzie Gore, Josiah Gray, and Derek Law to one-year deals. Monday's NFL playoff game with the Rams and Vikings is getting moved from LA to Arizona due to the devastating fires in Los Angeles. And tonight, the Capitals start the second half of their season atop the Eastern Conference as they host the surging Montreal Canadiens at 7 o'clock from Capital One Arena. You can listen to it right here on The Fan. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, this is Adam Pohl on The Fan.
B Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Oh, buddy, there's a lot going on in the universe. We are out in Ashburn, VA. B Mitch holding it down in the Navy Yard studio.
Yep.
Taking a look at the injury report, B, from yesterday. Obviously, listen, the Commanders are playing the Bucks Sunday night in Tampa, Sunday Night Football, wild card round.
Yep.
I'm going to tell you the truth. That's probably all we're going to talk about. So if you want, like, college basketball analysis, I would just change the channel. Look, B, look
They
at
know
the
that
injury
already,
report.
Jay.
Yeah, I think they know too. But I'm just, sometimes it's good to clarify. I don't like. Obviously, it's not the best. Like the best injury report would probably be week 1 or when training camp's open, right?
Yeah.
But for what is technically like a week 19 for a game that's going to be played on January 12th, they look pretty good, B. Like just Eckler's not even on there.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
He's not even on the injury report.
Yeah.
Lattimore has 2 full days of practice. And Wednesday's practice was a pretty chill walkthrough. I was here yesterday. They went kind of late. Like it was a longer day than I expected. Yesterday was a very real practice, and he's a full participant.
I'm with that.
I mean,
I think that was the plan too, Jay, for this. When he got that little nick in that game against New Orleans, their mindset was, we are going to make sure he's healthy for the playoffs.
Totally.
We would have loved to see him in the other games, but they didn't care to see him in those other games.
Well, I think 1,000,000% last week was we're going to chill.
Oh, yeah.
Like,
hell yeah.
You're not playing no matter what. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
The only, not even questions I have. I think the two big discussion points coming into this week were Lattimore and Biotish. I absolutely think Biotish is going to play. He is on the report for 2 straight days with an ankle, limited with an ankle. I think he goes. I don't think there's a lot to be concerned about there. The only things I wanted to point out, Bates was full on Wednesday, then landed limited on Thursday. Same thing with Luvu, was full on Wednesday, landed limited on Thursday. Can we tell the truth about what that means?
That means that they held him out a little bit.
Well, Wednesday they didn't do anything, so it's easy to be full.
Yeah.
On Thursday, they did some stuff, so then technically, like, the NFL is going to be serious about injury reports for playoff games. So if he got held out of 11-on-11 work, they have to list him as limited. But on Wednesday, it's just a walkthrough. So everybody, you know what I mean? Like, it's just
what was
you can game this stuff.
Bates injury?
Shoulder.
Okay.
Which I believe
Yankoff has opened up his window, right?
Yankoff's window's open. Yep. Yeah. He had the hammy.
He's a blocker.
I honestly think when Yankoff landed on IR might have been a little bit of roster management, frankly.
Uh-huh. But all of a sudden, you got a tight end with a shoulder. You need blocking. Hey, we know Colson will block.
Yo, for sure. Chin was on there with a rib thing. He was full yesterday. Brandon Coleman was limited on Wednesday. He was full yesterday. Of the O-line, B, we've talked about this. The run game has not been working, right?
Yeah.
You can just look at the results. The numbers
Hasn't been working in a traditional manner.
Jaden's been working.
Yeah.
The running backs have not been working.
Yeah.
Do you feel and this Tampa front, Vea, Clancy or Cansey rather, the kid Diaby off the edge is pretty good. Do you think they have to try to get it going again this week? Or do you kind of, I think it was second half of the Philly game, they kind of just said, F it, we're going to air it out.
I think having your full gamut of running backs now, everybody gets to play their role. I think you go out and you're going to try it. I think with Austin being there now and being able to come out of the backfield, he also can run the ball on the edges. They have to basically defend more instead of when Brian is just out there for the most part by himself. You know what I'm saying? They come in waves at you now. So I think you're going to try it. You know, it's what you started the season off of. But they also know we don't have to. We want to keep the threat of it, but we don't have to be super successful when we got number 5 in the backfield.
Just got a little, this is hardly news, but you know what? On a wild card week, this might qualify as news. The Commanders had wanted to get an outdoor practice in this week because they're playing on grass. Just found out they're going to practice in the bubble again today. And frankly, I just pulled up I'm here in Ashburn. This is my Apple weather. My location is 25 degrees in Ashburn. They're saying it's going to snow today. With a steady 10, it feels like 14 degrees outside. I think if they were going to play in Philly this week, you got to practice outside because that's what you're going to play in. You're going to play in Florida. You don't need to practice in 14-degree weather.
Yeah, you don't.
But Brian, I don't know if you saw this. Throughout the week, Heather McDonough just walked in. Throughout the week, I've been doing live hits for Channel 4, which I love doing, but I have been pointing out how incredibly freezing cold it is every time I'm doing live television. I also forgot my gloves one day because I'm a moron, but
100%.
They've been doing work on the closest practice field to the building all week. And I've been watching kind of the not the equipment. What do you call the
field crew
manager? Yeah, the field crew. And yesterday I was talking to him. I was like, dude, so on Wednesday, they just cleared all the snow off it, right? Which was understandable. Yesterday morning, they dressed it and they put, that like black netting they put down to try to like kind of open it up, whatever it is they do. I'm not a agrologist. What's a grass expert? Agrarian?
A grass expert.
Grass expert. Thank you. They put this like black netting down and I saw my boy and I was like, dude, are you trying to get them out there tomorrow? And he's like, I just want them to have options. And then he said something that I thought was really interesting. Now, his job as grass expert is to make sure the team has options for whatever could be coming, right?
Yeah.
And I was like, damn, you really want him to practice outside? He's like, what about next week? And I was like, what about next week? I mean, who the hell knows, man?
Yeah.
Because there's a non-zero, if Philly wins, if Washington wins and Philly wins, they're going to Detroit, which would be indoors. But if Green Bay won, like there's a chance they're going to Philly. Everything else, you don't have to worry about weather.
Yeah.
I don't know. It was fascinating. And just to put that notion, and I've realized it all week, but like it's entirely possible this ain't the last week. You know what I mean?
Possible. Yeah. And I like that.
Yeah. Like that dude's job is to be prepared for next week. So he's just doing his job. All right. Cody Shook is talking S about me. Let's check in with the chat. White Brian, what are these dudes saying, man?
We have a count going, and they are excited that we're going to keep count this year for first check-in.
Tay W was first today, and he said, morning, fam. What's up, Tay?
What up,
Appreciate
Tay?
you, buddy. White Brian, I think you are giving me an edited answer here. of what they're actually saying.
What are they counting?
I mean, that's
Brian?
the gist of it for the most part.
Man, we like to know the straight up truth, Brian. Come on.
Yeah,
man.
none of that's true. I'm looking now. TW says JP looks lonely, and he looks like he just woke up.
Well, you
they're
always
also-
look like that, Tay.
Tech Mark B says, JP, good thing them headphones cover them ears. I think that's about the end of it. White Brian, I listen, we're all still new at this. I want the truth. I don't need sugarcoating in any possible concept. So if they're talking S, let me know. Because you know what we do on this show? We fire back. That's how we operate. I do, Brian, you could take your headphones off if you don't want to hear this. There was some news today that I think is at least interesting as we see Washington becomes the Sunday night game, right? Like clearly there is a national audience for Commanders football. And I think a big part of that is Jaden Daniels, no fading Jaden. The NFL, though, released the home teams for the 3 London games. I guess 4 London games because Jacksonville plays 2 of them. So the home teams for those London games next year were announced, and none of them are teams that Washington's going to play. So what we know, Washington won't play in London. Are you clapping?
Yeah.
You don't want to go to London?
No.
London's dope. That does not, however, mean definitively Washington will not play an international game because there's still, I believe there's Spain, Germany, and
I take Spain. Hell
maybe
yeah.
Argentina or
It's
something.
this little beach
think
I
there
can
was
show you, JP. You like that. Argentina
I've been
might
to
be
Spain,
hot.
G.
Yeah. Germany, yep. I like Germany.
Yeah, I do too. It's cities you and I both like. It's Berlin.
Mela Whitnicon.
Actually, Spain.
I do what you call it?
I have no idea
Peloton
what
with
you're
her.
saying.
I do Peloton with her every other morning.
Shout out to my boy J Dub. The term I was looking for was agronomist. I don't know what I said, but the term for a grass
You said
expert is
grassologist.
grassologist. No, that's Jeff. That's a different kind of grass.
Jeff
Ooh.
just taking shrapnel, man.
What's up, Jeff? How are you, pal?
I'm good, JP.
Good. I'm glad to hear it. Jeff, did you know I was going to be in Ashburn today? I feel like J-Dog's
He already
right?
said no earlier.
Yeah.
I think Jeff knew.
Nah, I didn't, bro. And I can tell you now, we didn't have that conversation about you being in Ashburn, bro.
I did with somebody. Is
You
CK
did with
available?
CK. So
Can we
CK
get
is not
CK
the
in
one
for the
doing the
next
radio
segment?
show with you. We 3 are.
None of you guys were so concerned that I didn't have a single call or text.
Jeff was
At all.
about to call you, but you know what? What we do, we got to make things happen. So I just started talking.
And then JP, it's not like you're in here before 10 o'clock all the time. You usually
Dog,
pull up like
I'm usually
9:57,
in by 10.
9:58. No,
9:58 is a good number.
When I saw
9:58.
9:58, I say he gonna come in right at 10. And he was completely on the other side of town.
Now, I did walk into the Ashburn trailer where we do the radio at about 9:59, just so we're all being honest.
Okay.
When we come back, maybe we get Kynard to validate that I told him I was going to be out here. Plus, PFT commenter joins us at 11. Nobody go anywhere.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. Football fans, buckle up because for the first time ever, we've got 5 straight days of playoff football in college and the pros that all started last night. And FanDuel is celebrating with the great playoff payoff. That's a no-sweat same-game parlay every day for all 5 days. With a no-sweat same-game parlay, you can combine your bets from the same game for a chance at an even bigger winnings. And if it doesn't hit, you'll get bonus bets back. So not only do we get to watch 5 straight days of playoff football, but there's also 5 chances to win big. Just visit FanDuel.com/Brian to be a part of this epic run. That's FanDuel.com/Brian. It's the great playoff payoff, and it's only on FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years or older and present in Virginia. Opt-in required. Minimum 3-leg parlay required. Refund issued as a non-withdrawable bonus bet that expires 7 days after receipt. Max refund is $5 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Like a waterfall. All right, B, you are the most scam aware of all of us,
Yep.
right? I just got an email from someone named Divage. I don't know. How would you pronounce DYVJG?
DYVJG?
Yeah.
I don't know. Dives?
And it's just an attachment. It says your subscription with Geek Squad will renew today for $399.
Oh, you know, I get those often, dog. Listen, one day I got 3 of them from different people at different prices. I'm like, do I look that damn stupid?
It like I get that there are some like very fine-tuned scams out there, but some of these, like, you just got to be an idiot.
Whenever you get something, if the words are all not spelled properly, it's a scam.
Yeah.
And my question is, where did that come from? Like, oh, I'm gonna misspell some stuff and people gonna go for it.
Well, you remember in the early days of like email and stuff, everybody was getting the email about the Nigerian prince that had 40 mil in the bank, but just needed 10
I think that's one of my golf
buddies'
buddies' uncle must be.
I got some news for you, B.
What you got?
Tom Pelissero says, after several days of discussions about the 2024 season and the future, Cowboys owner Jerry Jones and coach Mike McCarthy remain open to moving forward together, and the sides are expected to open talks today on a new contract to keep him in Dallas.
Let me ask you a question.
No negotiations
Mike
yet.
McCarthy doesn't lose in that situation. He gonna make more. If he stays there, he makes more money than he was making before. If he leaves, he makes more money. Hey, of course I'll stay open. You one of the 32 people that can keep me rich.
Right. And, dude, I think there's a decent chance, just on kind of like the law of averages, Dak stays healthy, Dallas bounces back. Although the entire NFC East has a difficult schedule next year.
Yeah.
Speaking of, and I'm curious what you think of this, B. We know the Skins aren't going to London next year, but Brandon Coleman is one of, I don't know, but I know there's a handful of players with German backgrounds because I know the St. Brown families. I think their mom, Amon-Ra St. Brown's mom, is German. But like Brandon Coleman, like speaks German. You think maybe Germany's in the cards?
He's an offensive lineman, dog.
I don't know that sells tickets like Amon-Ra St.
That's
Brown.
what I'm trying to say. Hey, although they're I think they're the most important people on offense. It's not gonna sell many tickets.
I'm just saying, per my man Tim Phelps on Twitter, he says Coleman is from Germany. They're going there.
Okay.
So do what you want with that one.
All right, Tim. I hope you're right because I love Germany.
B, you know what's crazy, dude? And I'm curious what you think. And I want to ask PFT commenter this in about 10 minutes when he joins us. I don't want to say like everybody because that's overdoing it. But a lot of the people I listen to, it seems like a lot of people think Washington's going to win this game. And
I think a lot of people have a good feeling about it. I mean, we listen, as much as we've talked about this team, and I think what happens when teams start getting better and they hadn't been, you always seem to talk about the negatives and what went wrong. And if you really think about all the things they didn't do good, but they still happen to win most of them games, it's something else going on that's magical about this squad. So I have confidence. More confidence than I've had in the past, I can tell you that. That's not hard to do.
I agree with you, man.
Yep.
I think just the ability, it's one thing, the ability of Jaden Daniels, but you go a step further and they call them winning time moments, right? Like we got to talk to Terry yesterday about what this all means to him, and got to talk to Bobby Wagner, who one thing that I feel feels like really prescient looking back on is Wagner after the 3-game losing streak. That was a bad loss to Dallas, right? They lost at home to Dallas. It was a bad loss. And Wagner's like, look, man, this is the ebbs and flows of a football season.
Yeah.
These things happen. We're going to be fine. I'm confident. And they were
Bobby
proven.
Wagner's way of saying RELAX.
Totally, man. And it's just, it's really remarkable. And I think you don't want to because Landfill had a topic on the show sheet the other day about are they too dependent on Jaden Daniels? And in some ways they might be, but when it's the quarterback, when it's the dude who touches the ball on every offensive snap, I think it's possible you can't ever be too dependent on that player.
I think when Kansas City was doing their great runs prior to this year, they were depending on Pat Mahomes. And he did a lot for them. Even when he was hurt, they still needed him to go out there and do all the magic. That's okay. But it can't be that way for 10, 15 years. You know, like this year, Pat didn't have his greatest year. Defense came in and showed up for him. But then all of a sudden, Pat started getting his weapons late, and now they're a major threat. So I think that's okay. You don't want it to be like that all the time. But in the playoffs, what he could do.
What he can do it. Big opportunity Sunday night. PFT Commenter joins the program next.
This sports update presented by Gridiron IT. Tested, trusted talent. GridironIT.com. Notre Dame trailed for the majority of their semifinal tilt to Penn State. They were tied late when the Nittany Lions quarterback Drew Allard threw an interception in the game's final minute, allowing the Irish the ball in plus territory, and Notre Dame took advantage with a 41-yard game-winning field goal inside 10 seconds to play to win the national semifinal in the Orange Bowl 27-24. So the Irish are on to the finals, and they've got a chance to win their first national title since 1988. And tonight in DC Sports, the Cavs host the Canadians at 7. Listen here on the Fan. The Wizards are in Chicago taking on the Bulls at 8 on Bloomberg 99.1 FM. And Maryland welcomes 22nd ranked UCLA at 8. Listen on the Team 980. Are you an IT professional looking to move the chains in your career? Well, Gridiron IT specializes in placing top IT talent with the industry's top employers in the DMV and across the country. Visit gridironit.com and speak with one of their recruiters today. Tested, trusted talent. gridironit.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, this is Adam Pohl on The Fan.
Shots. All right, it's the Scotty's Vodka Rebel Friday, and that means PFT commenter joins the program. PFT, wild card weekend, your boys are the headliner. Sunday night football. How you feeling, buddy?
I'm feeling great. It's been a whirlwind, like a roller coaster of a week. On Monday, I was a little bit nervous. On Tuesday, I was confident. Wednesday, I was nervous again. Now I'm back feeling great. Like I want to fast forward to Sunday. And then if you ask me again on Sunday morning, I'll be the most nervous person in America.
What's your
I'll
shot
be
of
shaking
choice?
uncontrollably. But I feel good. I think that. Well, I don't think that. I know that when I sat down before last weekend and I put together the ideal way that Week 18 was going to go and how it would shake out for the schedule, everything worked out the way that I hoped that it would. So I feel good. I think that, in a weird way, I was talking to Dan Orlovsky about this on today's Part of My Take, but I think it's kind of a good matchup for both teams in a weird way. If you ask the Bucs who they would like to play, I think they probably would have said us. So I think there's going to be a lot of points, and I'm confident. I'm feeling good that we can get our first playoff win since we beat the Bucs back in 2006.
I was asking you, what's your shot of choice? Because you just need to take a couple of those and relax yourself, bro.
I know. I need to chill out a little bit, but
Yeah.
I mean, no. You know what, B Mitch? I don't need to chill out. I want to feel every single feeling of playoff football and everything that goes along with it, because this is something that we've been craving for a long time. And so, bring it on. I'm enjoying it.
All right.
I like that. I think. Listen, we were talking about this in the press room yesterday. They were in the playoffs 4 years ago. That was the most fool's gold cryptocurrency playoff run ever. They were 7-9 and won the division, but they were there 4 years ago. What I find most enjoyable about this PFT, and I'm curious if you feel the same. I read this headline to B Mitch this morning, and he made one very accurate edit. This is from Florio this morning, and he said, the perpetually pathetic Commanders are suddenly contenders. And B Mitch said what that should read is the once perpetually pathetic Commanders. It feels like this, to me, slams the door on the past, and it's a bold new future.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think that you can call us the perpetually pathetic Commanders anymore. I think that with ownership change and everything that goes along with it, and a front office that seems like it's doing all the right things and it's relatively stable, and I'm sure that Adam Peters, he's probably made a couple moves that he kind of wishes that he had done one or two things like slightly differently. But overall, I mean, this has been a great turnaround. It seems like we got a good foundation and ready to move forward and be a competitive team for the foreseeable future. So yeah, I mean, you talk about that 2020 season. What were we, like 6-9 going into Sunday Night Football, and then going into Philly, and Doug Peterson just lets us win that game for some reason. I don't understand why.
Dude, if you remember, they started Jalen Hurts and then they benched him at halftime to go to Nate Sudfeld. That was tanking at a high caliber.
Oh yeah,
they tanked so badly that their coach got fired, which is it's kind of unheard of. But you would think that they would have had a conversation between coach and owner about what's going on there. But yeah, we backed in the playoffs that year. That was like, you knew that we're on borrowed time when we got into those playoffs, and Taylor Heineke almost pulled a rabbit out of his hat. But yeah, you're right. This is it's a new era, and I'm excited to step into it. And hey, let's go win a playoff game. This is what we're here for. Let's go win a playoff game. And if we can do that this year, then I really think that, sky's the limit going into next year. Then now we're talking about an exciting offseason, and not just one of these exciting off seasons where they give you something flashy to make you somewhat interested about next year. No longer like the off-season champs type off-season, but actually an off-season that can lead to you being champs.
What is, if anything, what troubles you about this game?
All right, so Bucky Irving troubles me a lot. Stephen Che troubles me a lot. Our Bucks fan here at Barstool Sports, because he's so perpetually positive and he's just like an annoying, nice guy. I do love Stephen Che, but having him root in my face for the Buccaneers, that's going to be tough. Fortunately, I believe we're bringing Barstool Nate to Chicago to sit next to Stephen Che to maybe combat some of that.
Well, let those two get together then.
Yeah,
if there's anybody that could drive Stephen Che crazy, it's Nate.
It might be Nate.
I'm letting Nate Dogg off the leash. We're gonna have a pit bull on our hands on Sunday night for our live stream. But it's the run game. It's Bucky Irving, to a lesser extent, I think Rachaad White, although he's a good player. But Bucky is really the one that concerns me. The running game's very strong. Our rush defense does not look good, especially you think about times that we've gone up against good running backs, and it hasn't looked great for us. So I think their running game is a weakness that we're going to have to deal with going into this weekend. But I also think that Todd Bowles, he's kind of in a tricky situation because Todd Bowles loves to blitz. He loves to send the house. He likes to make quarterbacks nervous. And he did that pretty effectively at times against Jaden in week one. Mm-hmm. But this is a different Jaden. Jaden was a little less confident week one. There were some times when he hesitated for an extra half second, ended up getting sacked, ended up getting hit, wasn't confident enough to take off when he needed to. And if you look how the season's progressed, he's obviously become more confident with that. And Todd Bowles' defense has given up a lot of scramble yards to quarterbacks as the season's gone on. So I think I love Jaden to run with the football a lot. I like Eckler in this game too, getting him out in space a little bit. I think it's going to be a very, very different game than what we saw week one. And I think we talked about this after week one. We said if our defense can just become like medium, if we can get to like the middle of the pack, then this could be a very fun team. Dan Quinn's done that. He's done that. I think we're like 18th in it was either like total yards or total point, whatever it was. We're like medium bad right now. If we can become medium bad plus on defense, then I think that we've got a great chance to win this game. But I think it will be a lot of points.
It's fascinating. We got a little bit, I don't want to overdo it, not to call it breaking news, but Marshawn Lattimore has been a full participant every day at practice this week. He is not at practice today because of a non-injury related rest day, according to the team. Dan Quinn has been optimistic about it all week. I don't want to alarm anybody, but he's not there today. They're in the bubble right now. I think
okay
you're so right. What's that?
I'm okay with that, by the way. I'm fine with Lattimore having a non-injury rest day. I hope, what I hope Dan Quinn's doing, I hope he's got him like strapped to a chair and just playing highlights of Mike Evans and Marshawn Lattimore fights throughout the year, like Clockwork Orange. Just sit in his chair, watch this, and get really, really angry going into the weekend because he's held Mike Evans to, I think, 47 yards each time they like an average of 47 yards.
It's been remarkable,
and
yeah.
3 catches. So he's not like it's not 24-year-old Marshawn Lattimore, but I think that when it comes to a matchup against Mike Evans, this is why you go out and get a guy like that.
Oh, he gets up for that.
PFT, I'm curious. We're talking with our friend PFT Commenter. You can follow him at PFT Commenter on any social media platform. Make sure you follow and listen and subscribe to the Pardon My Take podcast. I am a AWL, and I know there are millions of us out there. PFT, I'm curious, man. You can look at Washington's season, 12 wins. I mean, most they've had since 91 when B Mitch had a mustache. And, like, especially the last month, they went 4-0. Since the bye, right? Like they won all their games. Remember, going into the bye, they're 8-5, and everybody's like, if they go 2-2, they're in the playoffs. They won them all. But they also all came down to the absolute last second. How do you build off that momentum when everything comes down to the wire?
Yeah, you kind of have one of these feelings that we're never out of any game, no matter what happens. And the fact that we're 4-0 after the bye, it doesn't. To me, I don't know about you guys, but it doesn't feel like 4-0. Like it's a very strange feeling 4-0 because of how these games have ended. But you've got that experience at the end of the game. It's like you know that this team has ice water in their veins a little bit. Where when the pressure gets high, they're not going to crumble. They're gonna go out there and give themselves a chance to win. And that's a really good feeling to have. And I would love to not fall behind in this game. Yeah. I would love for it not to be 20-7 at halftime, and have to battle back out of that hole. So I think it's going to be important to get started and put up some points in the first half, because in the playoffs, the pressure gets a little higher. Although it is, it's a primetime game. That's something that would scare me in the past. But the Bucs are 0-4 in primetime this year, and with their fan base, I mean, they're having dinner at 5 p.m. and they're tucked into bed by 9, getting ready for early bird breakfast the next day. That's going to be a late primetime night for Bucs fans. So I like our chances in that, knowing what we have in the DNA of our team. But I do like Baker Mayfield a lot. That's going to be tough going up against him because that guy is a competitor. He is like he does a lot of the same stuff that Jaden does really well, except he's way more emotional about it, and he will let you know about it. And that kind of worries me a little bit because I love watching him play. But again, we got a team that just doesn't quit in the fourth quarter. So I'm excited. I'm as optimistic as I could be about any matchup that we'd have in these playoff games. And you know what I'm doing? I'm buying NFC Championship tickets for Raleigh John, Maryland for the
now
Fed.
you're talking.
And then I'm going to root like hell for the Green Bay Packers to beat the Eagles, because I don't want to play the look ahead game. But if we did beat the Bucs and we have to go to Detroit, I don't know if anybody in the DC area is going to be feeling nearly as confident as we feel right now. But we got a chip, we got a chair. That's all you need in the playoffs.
All I need is one mic, man. Yeah, totally. Listen to this. Zach Kruger, who's a friend of the program, just tweeted this out. Commanders passing stats with less than 2 minutes to go in the fourth quarter. Okay. First in QBR, 131.7. Less than 2 to go in the fourth quarter. First in passing touchdowns, 6 passing touchdowns with less than 2 minutes to go just in the fourth quarter. 0 turnover-worthy plays under 2 minutes in the fourth quarter. First in PFF grade, first in QBR, first in adjusted completion percentage. I mean, that is staggering.
Yeah,
clutch.
That's being clutch
ball.
in the most stressful time.
Yeah. Those are great stats. And I would like to see as much up-tempo stuff from Cliff as possible. I want to get in a rhythm out there. I know that there's a difference between the defenses that you see with less than 2 minutes left in the fourth quarter and a defense that you would see, with 10 minutes left in the second quarter. But nonetheless, I want to see up-tempo stuff from this offense. Get on the ball, run plays as quickly as possible. Try to apply the pressure to the defense instead of letting them apply the pressure to you.
Yeah. Totally. I think Commanders fans have a pretty fair assessment of this thing that I don't know if you guys agree. And B, maybe you start on this. Tampa's probably a little bit better, but Washington's got Jaden. And that just feels like this tremendous equalizer or perhaps more than an equalizer.
But you know, I think the thing about it, Jay, the best team don't win every week. They might be better as far as, personnel and things like that, but will they play better that day? I think that's what it comes down to. And I believe we cannot hurt ourselves penalty-wise. If we clean up the penalties, we definitely have a hell of a chance.
I would agree, especially in the red zone. That's been the most frustrating thing at times about this team is we put together decent drives, and then sometimes we get to the red zone, and that's when the illegal shift penalties come in. That's when the men downfield come in, and next thing you know, you're backed up, and it's first and goal from the 17-yard line.
Yep.
So I'd like to clean those up a little bit. But yeah, I agree, B Mitch. We might not be the better team if you look on paper. But I mean, on paper, Micah Parsons said they should win the Super Bowl this year, even though they're not in the playoffs. So you can't play that game. At some point, the team that's able to have that ice water in their veins and stay focused in the fourth quarter when everything's on the line, that's the team that's going to win. And the score says you're the better team, and that's what it's been telling us recently. So if it comes down to that, and I would not be shocked if we see this Sunday night game as an overtime game. We see this game coming down to the fourth quarter and it's 33 to 26. I wouldn't be shocked about any of that. So I'm just gearing myself up. Rest up, everybody out there. Get your rest on Saturday, early to bed, and save some of that energy for the night game.
We were told in 1991 that our team did not have the best, were not the best personnel wise. 17-2 that year.
I mean, that team was loaded. Whoever said that was an idiot.
You look
You're
at
not
all
worried
the other
rest
teams,
versus
though,
rust,
all the other
PFT?
teams supposedly were better. Huh?
I was just asking PFT if he's worried about rest versus rust. If he takes Saturday off, are you going to be in game shape by Sunday night, dude?
Well, I say rest, but I am going to watch the annual Houston Texans 3:30 Central Time kickoff for Wild Card Weekend. I'm going to watch a lot of football. I don't know. That's what I'm saying right now. I'm giving a pump up speech in the locker room. I don't know if I'm going to be able to go out there and practice what I preach because we got Ravens Steelers on Saturday night, and
That's a big
and I don't know if you heard, but these two teams don't like each other very much.
At all.
I have heard that. Dude, did you watch last night? What'd you think of that game?
Yeah, last night the college game, it was a very, very, very fun game. The first half, I thought Penn State was just going to run the football. And I didn't know if Notre Dame had an answer to that. But then you saw, whatever happened at halftime, Notre Dame came out in the second half, and they looked like they had a little bit more juice.
Mm-hmm.
And credit to Marcus Freeman. He did a great job coaching. As much as I would like to say that this is on James Franklin, and this is another he can't win the big one, I don't think this is on James Franklin at all. This is on their quarterback had a terrible night last night. So I've been saying since the start of these playoffs, imagine if we got Notre Dame, Ohio State in the championship game, and you get Ryan Day against Lou Holtz once again, and we reignite that bitter old rivalry. That would be a great storyline. And the thing about Ohio State is they look great when they're not playing against Michigan. When Ryan Day isn't out there trying to prove a point with his play calling and his game plan of, hey, we're not a soft team, we're not a finesse team, we're a power team. That's when Ohio State looks bad, when they don't play their style of football. And somebody last night pointed this out to me on Twitter. They said Lou Holtz might be the only person that can bring that type of bird brain out of Ryan Day to make him adjust his game plan. And the way that Notre Dame is able to run the ball sometimes and play just power football, maybe Ryan Day falls back into that trap. And again, I'm overlooking Texas right now because Texas, they're a good team, but what we've seen in these playoffs so far, Ohio State, they're deservedly so a big favorite going into tonight. So I'm assuming that Ohio State wins, which for everybody out there listening, that probably means that you should bet on Texas.
All right, let's get an official Skins Bucks prediction, and then if you got any other maybe upsets this weekend.
Okay, Skins Bucks. I think I'm going to say 35-32 Commanders. We win in overtime. We're down 25-32 going into the fourth quarter, and we have a drive that starts on our 30. Eckler takes a swing pass, gets out of bounds for about a 12-yard gain. Then we hit Zacchaeus across the middle, call a timeout, pass to Ertz, gets down to the 10-yard line, and then Terry McLaurin on a fade to get us into overtime. That's how I think it happens. What if I just predicted that entire final drive right now? I would have to be the
We'll have the audio, dude.
Yeah, and then any upsets, I actually don't think that the Steelers are out of it. The Steelers look like a bad team. Like, they are a bad team right now. They've lost, was it 4 in a row? All the vibes are down, especially for their offense. The Ravens look unstoppable. I don't think the Steelers should be counted out because this, in a weird way, this is the best matchup that the Steelers could have gotten just because of what they've been able to do against the Ravens in the past. And they do, this rivalry has weird stuff happen all the time in it. So even though everything, like, I don't think the Steelers are good. I think the Ravens are awesome. But weirdly, I think that the Steelers will be competitive in there. But I'm not calling that as an upset. I am going to say that I got the Chargers. I think I got the Ravens. I got the Buffalo Bills, Eagles, Commanders, and I got the Vikings.
All right. I like it, man. It's and that Vikings game now in Arizona. PFT, enjoy Super Wild Card weekend. We got another college football game tonight. What an epic run of football we get.
Yes.
Thank you for making time for us, dude. Let's hope next week I'm asking you for another Skins prediction.
There we go. Left hand up, guys.
Left hand all the way up. Thank you, PFT.
All right, bro.
PFT commenter, man. If you don't listen to the Part of My Take podcast, you're missing out. He is a serious, tried and true Herndon High School burgundy and gold fan. High noon, we're going to open these phone lines up. We got the governor joining us at 12:45. Ronde Barber, Hall of Famer, knows the Bucs inside and out, joins us at 1 o'clock. You might hear from Dan Quinn at some point. We got a lot going on out here. It is the final show before Bucs Commanders Sunday Night Football Wild Card Weekend. Nobody go anywhere.
Good morning, everyone. Well, what a huge weekend in local sports as the Commanders look for their first playoff win in 19 years in Tampa Sunday at 8. Elsewhere, the Caps play tonight at 7 at home against the Canadians. They then hit the road tomorrow at 8 in Nashville against the Predators. Both games right here on the Fan. The Wizards are at Chicago tonight at 8 on Bloomberg 99.1 FM. They are then home hosting OKC Sunday at 6 on the Team 980. And a huge few days for college hoops. Tonight, Maryland welcomes 22nd ranked UCLA as the Terps look to bounce back from 2 West Coast defeats. An 8 o'clock tip from College Park on the Team 980. And Georgetown sees 2-time reigning champion UConn come to town tomorrow at 2. Listen to it on the Team 980. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, this is Adam Pohl on the Fan.
Girl, look at that body. Workout. B Mitch and Finley 1067, the Fan. B, what time is your show starting Sunday night? 7 or 7:30 or
The game is at what time? 8:15.
yeah.
It's gonna probably start about 6:30 or 7.
Okay.
Sometimes we'll do we normally do 45. We'll do an hour plus when it's like a night game and it's more important. So
playoff game.
Playoff game probably be an hour and a half.
Yeah. Well, I was thinking this morning that you and I never really promote our game day stuff. So you can watch Brian on all the Commanders, social channels, YouTube, all that stuff. We're going to be doing a pregame show on NBC, which is really cool because the game's on NBC. We're going to be doing postgame. B's going to be doing postgame. And then we'll do the stream on Monumental. Like, there's going to be a lot of action.
A lot of stuff going on.
I think you get this dub. It should be pretty darn exciting.
It'll be festive.
I believe Dan Quinn is about to talk, Lamphill. I'd like to take that if they're streaming it. If not, I'll get the audio for us. They've announced captains for this weekend that they voted on earlier this week. I think these are all very fitting. Jaden, Terry, Ertz, Wagner, Reeves.
Yep.
Right?
There you go.
I mean, that's the right guys for this week. I want to check in with the boys in the aquarium. We haven't yet. All week, the vibes for Jeff have just gotten higher and higher. Jeff Walker, how you feeling on a Friday of a playoff week?
JP, I am like a kid on Christmas. I can't wait till Sunday.
We have like that every day, like a kid on Christmas.
Like I cannot wait till Sunday, and I know we're going to win. I'm just ready for it. I done asked B. I'm like, yo, B, you got some shoulder pads at the house? Because
This boy is crazy.
after we win this game, I'm coming in here on Monday, on Victory Monday, our 13th one, in full gear, baby. Like I'm excited, JP.
JP, can you imagine him putting on my pad from when I played?
No.
I told him I'd get his legs cut off. He won't have no blood flow.
He'd rip them, dude. What were you playing at? 215?
Yeah, about that.
Jeff, 275?
Up a little bit.
No.
Oh, hell yeah.
Nah, I don't know about that.
Yeah, hell yeah.
But I told him bring his shoulder pads because those were my size for sure.
My shoulder pad was big, but they were for like a running back. You are not a running back.
Oh, them shoulder pads you had a lineman could put
running
on.
back pads, man.
I could put them on. Anyway, I just need them to win Sunday. I've been talking big trash, and
we know.
I've been talking
shocked.
big trash. I didn't even hop into Tampa Bay Twitter.
You have?
Yeah. It's people hating me. And
I know that.
we up.
How about this? Commanders just announced Doug Williams will serve as an honorary captain
I was
throughout
just about
the
to say that. Because
How much you love that, B?
Doug played for him, so I'm sure that was kind of something that was discussed. That'd be cool. And I think it'd be a damn good thing for Doug to go down there, have a little love on that. But you know what? I have a very, very good feeling about this week. I got a friend of mine. I'm gonna call him out, Ben Argueta. Okay, he's a Ravens fan, and he likes to always hate on us. If I get a phone line to every voodoo person in New Orleans, I'm putting it on the Ravens. I hope the Steelers beat their ass by 2 touchdowns. Because he annoys me that much. Every time anything good happens for our team, Ben calls me with some little negativity. He can't wait for this to happen, that to happen. I can't wait for the Ravens to fall flat on their face.
Well, B Mitch, I got something for you.
What you got?
Our friend Monty, Steve Montgomery from Starboard down in Dewey, legendary dude.
Mm-hmm.
You know the bar we like, American Social in Tampa? He's got like a private area to watch Ravens Steelers Saturday night.
Hey.
I know where I'll be chilling.
That might be the area right there, Jay.
That's what I said, man. I can't wait. I am tremendously excited to get down
to see what's going down there while he's down there?
Sands?
Reggie.
Oh, I don't know. But Sands is coming in too for the game. Sands is coming in Sunday morning.
I want to watch the game with Sands. Sands might hurt you. Sands a little wild, though.
That's an intense fella.
That's my dog, but I would tell you, that dude, bro, y'all think I'm crazy? Y'all think I might say some off-the-wall stuff? Get a phone call from Steve Sands after a game that he didn't like.
Dude, just a text message.
Bro. You are not the guy that I saw on TV talking about golf.
Well, what's remarkable is Sands kind of one of his famous catchphrases amongst his friends is keep your poise, right? And if you ever watch Sands, it doesn't matter if it's 18 at Augusta or the second hole of, the John Deere Classic. Sands is always cool, calm, collected at all times. Golf. And when he is watching the Skins, he is an absolute maniac.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
It's a different world.
He said, B Mitch, I know you're sorry that you gave me this number, but I'm not gonna be like this all the time. I was like, I hope the hell not. He is wild, dude. But that's that passion though, bro. And that's what's been hiding so long for this squad, man. There are a lot of fans that totally believe in this squad. And I'm gonna say this 2024 team has brought a lot of that back up and out of these people. And that's why you got so much excitement and hype going on. Hell, we've been having it on our show, I know, for a long time. We didn't wait until they got to the playoffs. A lot of people around town now jumping on the bandwagon after they got to the playoffs, they made it. We've been giving them the praise of what they were doing and things were different throughout. But this is a good feeling, man.
Totally.
It is a damn good feeling.
They have reminded this city what it means to love a football team.
There you go.
And it's been a long time. And there's been, not that there haven't been highs, but as Governor Moore has said, and I've started to borrow this from him, they were sugar highs. They weren't, there was never anything sustainable. And it was because the organization lacked an identity. There was nothing consistent, or there was nothing you could count on. And the biggest thing, and it's funny because the Raiders, of all people, seem to be trying to achieve this and basically said it in a public statement. The thing I harped on, we knew Ron was cooked by Thanksgiving, right? Yeah. Ron's a nice man. Everybody went about it the right way, but that ship had sunk.
Yeah.
And all I wanted was Harris to hire a GM and the GM to hire a coach, and real organizational alignment. And that it's exactly what they did. And early returns suggest that they knocked it out of the park in the decisions they made.
Yep.
And we'll see over time, but
the bar is going to move. People going to expect more as it goes forward. So this year it was easy to reach a bar, but they went beyond, and it's going to be a little tougher to stay on top of that stuff moving forward. But I believe they have the right people in place to do it.
Hell yes. Some exciting news. Marshawn Lattimore is going to speak to the media in about 5 minutes. And you know what that means, folks?
He's
If
playing.
he's talking, he's playing.
Mhm.
That's how that's going to go. Even more exciting news, when we return, Jeff Walker has a playoff hype song.
Let's go, Jeff.
Landfill, I got to be honest with you. I don't have a timeshare, but if I did, I would call that dude. He's a convincing fella. He would get me out of the timeshare I don't have. It is a Scotty's Vodka Rebel Friday in about 15 minutes, 10 minutes. I would call early. We're going to do Ask B Mitch Anything. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067 is the phone number for Ask B Mitch Anything. Taking your calls at noon. I want to not delay. No dilly-dallying here. Every week, most weeks, Jeff makes a really, really awesome hype song for the game. And with the first playoff game in 4 years and them being 20 years since their last playoff win, Jeff, no pressure, buddy. What do you got?
Hey, man. Let's just play the song. I'm just excited. It's playoff weekend. We in uncharted areas. We in uncharted waters. Let's go. Just drop it, Landini.
Everybody keep talking about we lucky. We played an easy schedule. We did blah, blah. At the end of the day, we did what every other team had to do. We went out there and we won some games. We ain't make it hit by luck. It ain't matter who. No matter where we flew. Winning what we do. Congrats on the season. Finished 12-5. Now we marching down the Tampa, trying to keep this run alive. Haters talking from the couch. Hey, them boys don't mind, cause they know the burgundy and gold about to shine. Them boys charged up ever since that last meeting. We come in there hot, and revenge is what we seeking. I know every time we score, the fans gon' be tweaking. So let's go win this game and have another one. We ain't making hit by luck. It ain't matter who. No matter where we flew, winning what we do. We ain't make it hit by luck. We ballin' on it. It ain't matter who. Yeah, we ballin' on it. No matter where we flew, we ballin' on it. Winning what we do. We ballin'. We ain't make it hit by luck.
All right, Jeffrey. I like it, man. I like the message, too.
Yeah. It was just this entire week, dude. Like, it has been so mentally overwhelming because I'm trying to just enjoy our football team winning. But in the hindsight, I got Giants fans, I got Cowboys fans, I got Eagles fans. I got all these people talking trash. You got, like, as soon as you tweet about Jaden and the Commanders and our success, you got Bo Nix fans coming out the woodwork saying we made it by luck. No, we ain't make it by luck. We really went out there. These boys balled.
Then the 7th season making it by luck.
Yeah, like we highest 12 wins lucky. It ain't, you know.
Yeah, totally. I think, and we've talked about it at length on the program. Just the notion of they didn't play anybody or
they played the same teams other people played and lost to. I mean,
right. Like I'll be honest, Jeff. I feel like I don't actually really hear that. Do you really hear that often? Who are these nameless, faceless?
Yeah,
morons?
you working all the time. You can't hear it.
Oh man, I had my own cousin because I tweeted. I said I remember.
I just read about a text from a little idiot named Ben.
Yeah, I tweeted. I said, man, I remember in college, I used to get verbally abused, and I tagged all of like my friends and my cousins. I was like, I got verbally abused for being a Redskins fan. I said, but now that we winning, everybody in the cut, and my cousin was like, oh no, I just ain't tell you in it. This hate is still real. Y'all lucky. Da-da-da-da. I'm like, dude, we had 4 wins last season. How is this luck? And now I can't wait for us to win because I know I have people waiting to fire off tweets after the way I trolled last week.
Hey, hell with
good.
It, Jeff.
I mean, if a team goes, listen, I said this. They were 7-9 and won a terrible division 4 years ago. That was luck, nonsense, fool's gold, right? That was Dogecoin. Mm-hmm. This is not. They're 12-5, and B, I think you really eloquently explained yesterday. Like, yeah, they only beat one team that's in the playoffs, but there's a few teams that are out of the playoffs because they beat them.
Yeah.
And I think that's like highly relevant. The Bengals would love to have one more win. And I think most of America would rather the Bengals have one more win. So they'd be playing the Bills on Sunday instead of the Broncos. But they didn't because Washington beat them.
Yep.
The Falcons are out because Washington beat them.
But
the
Bengals
that stuff should resonate.
The Bengals, they are America's darling. Oh, they're so good, blah, blah, blah. They're not in the playoffs. But the team that is, you want to make some type of excuse and get mad and hate on them? Give me a break.
Two pieces of breaking news I want to talk about quickly. You're listening to B Mitch and Finley. Deshaun Watson, he of the 3 more years with massive guaranteed money, underwent surgery on Thursday after tearing his Achilles again. And now Schefter, Rap Sheet, all these guys are saying he probably ain't playing in 2025.
Probably won't be. What did he do to tear it again?
Bro, I don't know. And I got a bigger one that I think this is wild. Rap Sheet, sources. The Jets are spending a portion of today interviewing Maryland head coach Mike Locksley as the former Alabama offensive coordinator and current Terps coach gets another NFL interview. The New York Jets' expansive search has left no stone unturned, taking a look at a leader and culture setter in college.
All right. There you go, Locks.
Good for Locks.
I'll pull for the Jets if Locks go there.
I will also pull for the Jets if Locks goes there. That'll be fascinating to watch unfold, man.
My man Larry, my homeboy, he's been a Jets fan all his life. I don't know how he found the Jets down there in Plaquemine, Louisiana.
Wait, he's a Jets fan from down there?
Yes, he's a Jets fan. Been a Jets fan all his life.
Maybe a Joe Namath guy? I don't know if he's
Larry ain't that damn old. Larry younger than me.
Well, B, I don't know how the hell you land on the Jets.
I don't know.
I mean, this is wild.
I guess he liked green. I mean, they're the same color of our high school, I guess. I don't know.
I know you love green, but you still didn't root for the Jets.
Nah, hell no.
You love green dollars. Jeff loves green also. Jeff, I really like the song. I'd like to play it again. Let's make sure we do that, okay?
Let's get it.
Here's what we're going to do next, though. We mean business. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. It is time to ask B Mitch anything.
Bring the questions.
This sports update brought to you by Reynolds Empower Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. Tonight, Ohio State and Texas meet to see who will play Notre Dame in the national championship game on January 20th. Kickoff for the Cotton Bowl, this national championship semifinal this evening at 7:30. Tomorrow, the NFL's wildcard weekend gets underway. The Chargers visit the Texans at 4:30. The Steelers in Baltimore to take on the Ravens at 8. Sunday, a triple header. The Broncos at the Bills at 1. Listen to that here on The Fan. The Packers are at the Eagles at 4:30. And the Commanders get their turn into the spotlight in Tampa, taking on the Bucs at 8. Get the best pre- and post-game coverage as Washington hunts its first playoff win in 19 years right here on The Fan. And Monday's Rams and Vikings showdown will be moved from LA to Arizona due to the tragic fires in Los Angeles. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, this is Adam Pohl on The Fan.
B Mitch at Finley, 1067 The Fan. It is high noon in the District of Columbia. And we're going to open these phone lines up. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. Phone lines are packed. It is Ask B Mitch Anything. I won't delay. Grant is in Orlando. What up, Grant? Grant Hill?
Thank you, JP. Oh, I wish, brother. I wish. I live in enemy territory, but I was born and raised in D.C., and they'll be playing Hail to the Redskins at my funeral. It is an honor to speak to you. Thank you, sir. It is an honor to speak to you and to the greatest return specialist in the history of the NFL.
Appreciate you.
Yes, sir, brother. B Mitch, you called it after the first game. I was there in the heat index of 115 degrees. And the one, people were complaining and groaning about it. No, we got whacked. You said, yeah, that may be so, but we found ourselves a quarterback, and we did, and he's only gotten better since then.
Oh yeah.
And so that brings in something that I think is going to be more difficult for the Buccaneers to respond to. The second thing I really like is the weather is going to be so much different. I live down here, and the temperature swing is going to be 60 degrees, feels like. So instead of it being a heat index of 115, it could be more like low 50s. And so our big guys, they're not going to get as tired. I think we're going to be in it all the way to the end, and especially if we can catch them early. I saw the Bucs last week on TV against New Orleans. If they start out slow and sleepwalking, we got to score. We got to take advantage of that, so we got a cushion going into the fourth quarter. What do you guys think?
Oh, yeah. I agree with that. I think we got to start fast. Man. And I think the thing about them, when they can go out there and relax and play their style of ball, they're hell to deal with. But when you force them to have to do something else, they give you all kinds of opportunities. Baker Mayfield's had a great year throwing the ball, but he also throwing interceptions. So he will give you an opportunity.
Yeah,
sure.
And we got it when they do. Thank you.
All right, man.
Thank you. Cheers.
Appreciate you, bud. A little bit of news coming. The All-Pro list from the Associated Press is out. No real surprises, I would say. Lamar is your first-team All-Pro quarterback. Saquon, running back.
Yep.
Wideouts are Chase, Jefferson, Amon-Ra, St. Brown. Scroll on down. Your second-team All-Pro wide receiver, Terry McLaurin. Terry takes that alongside. This is wild. All three second-team All-Pro wideouts are from the NFC East. It's Terry, CeeDee Lamb, and A.J. Brown. Also, Frankie Louvu and Bobby Wagner make second-team All-Pro linebacker. Pretty impressive, especially if you consider how many of those Wagner has. I can only imagine. All right, keep the phone lines grooving here. Vinny is in Seat Pleasant. What up, Vinny?
What's up, Vinny?
Hi guys, what's going on, fellas? How y'all doing today?
Doing well, man.
Like my man Jeff said, man, we ain't get hit by luck. We're gonna go down to Tampa, destroy these Tampa Bay Succaneers. It's all about prime time 5, man. We're gonna bring this win back. But B Mitch, scenario time for you, bro.
All right.
It's fourth quarter. You got 5 seconds left on the clock, and you the quarterback. Now you may have never ever thrown to these wide receivers. These receivers may have never ever graced the field of football. But I'm gonna give it to them and see who you want to throw the ball to win the game.
All right.
Here we go. My man JT Finley, my man the Genie Landini, and you got my man Roos. Who you throwing the ball to win the game?
JP.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, I'm throwing JP. I've seen JP at least catch some balls before. Rooster, I don't think Rooster. Nah. And then Landfield not gonna meet me where I gotta go to throw the football to him.
See, I thought you were gonna go with the young guy. I thought you were gonna go with Landfield, man. You know what I'm saying? Because he got a little bit of speed.
Landfield like the chill, dog. He like hit football, and they gonna throw the ball and they gonna tackle me. I'm not doing that.
I think the only dude that'll be offended is Jeff. I think Jeff thinks it should be him.
He didn't say Jeff's name.
Oh, okay. What were the options? Just me or Landini?
You, Rooster, Landfield.
Okay. I think I should. I think you called that accurate. Also, Austin Eckler, second team All-Pro kick returner. Deserved. I like that one. Let's do this. Mama Stu is on the line for Ask B Mitch Anything.
Mama Stu, what's happening?
What's going on, guys? How y'all doing?
Doing good.
Good. Look, so check this out, right? So I watch all the content for, Washington, and, they're the Redskins to me, sorry. And I heard like former players comment on the team progress and Jaden Daniels and all that, but I haven't heard from Joe Gibbs. Like, what's the deal? Like, is he okay? Like, does anybody know what his thoughts are on the team and the progress and Jaden? I would love to hear that.
Coach Gibbs has a small part of the ownership, and he's still running his race team. He's probably said something out there, I'm sure.
Yeah, I'm looking all over the place for, because I would love to hear his thoughts, and I don't know, how he is, because, I hear Joe Theismann all the time. That's my guy. I love him. I actually met him at the stadium, but I would love to hear his thoughts on the team, especially like Jaden.
All right, well, if I see him, I'll sure ask him a question for you.
Yeah, get that news out. Tell him talk to us. We want to hear from him. I love you guys. Have a good show. Have a good weekend, y'all. Bring home the win. Let's go.
All right. Jay, you there? All right. Well, what's the next one?
Let's go to Smitty and Laurel.
Smitty, what's up, brother? How you doing?
Fellas, JP and the Hall of Famer. Hey, B, listen. I done heard you and Doc, for that matter. I heard both of y'all say you can't have a football team full of goody-goody Boy Scouts.
Yeah.
You got to have a little pepper in there.
Yeah.
So having said that, how would you feel about them pursuing Tariq Hill? And what type of effect do you think he will have on the locker room? Or do you think the locker room will rub off on him?
But see, what me and Doc talking about is not necessarily a guy who just want to be selfish and want to make sure everything goes his way. It's that guy that's going to be out there, be a little wild, like Mr. D was, like Dexter Manley was. Tariq is getting to the point right now where he wants to run from every situation.
So you don't think it'd be worth it, huh?
I mean, listen, it could be, but I think right now what they got going, and there are a lot of good young receivers coming out, it's not going to cause any issues. Not going to be a problem.
Man.
Yeah, you go with that. Yeah.
Good answer, B. Appreciate you, bro.
Appreciate you. What's next, Landy?
Let's go to Jupe.
Yeah, let's check out Jupe. What's up, Jupe? How you doing, man?
B Mitch, what's happening, brother?
I'm chilling.
Hey,
man.
All right, that's cool. Hey, I remember you saying I'm going to Vegas this weekend. I remember you said you had some spots, some suggestions, some spots I should check out.
Like what type of spot you looking for?
food,
Oh man,
whatever's
you could go anywhere for food out there. Man, what's that damn one place? Beauty and Essence. Go to that. Go to Towel. You go to Towel because like it's a hotel and a restaurant. It's like a nightclub / restaurant. You go check that out. But Beauty and Essence, you go there, bro. All their food is good. You'll be going back more than one night.
I bet.
Yeah.
Good luck. Appreciate you.
All right, brother, man.
Let's go to Mike in La Plata.
Mike in La Plata. What's up, Mike?
Yo. What up, dudes?
Chilling, baby.
Hey, B Mitch. Put these shirts on, dog. You know what I'm saying? To get you into this Hall of Fame. So these Bama can stop bojangling and pick the right person this time around. You feel me?
Oh, yeah.
But the question I have for you is, when is Mike Locksley getting up out of here? Because because this Bama gonna take want to take an interview for the Jets job. He ain't dedicated to the turf. We ain't won more than 8 games with this joker.
Hey,
man.
but when you get offered that type of job, you got to go out there and get that look, man.
I mean, hey, B Mitch, I feel you, bro. But right now, man, this is recruiting time. We ain't got time for him to be out here. You know what I'm saying?
It takes one little day to go do that,
bro. That's like going to a car dealership, want to buy a Mercedes Benz, and they come out with some electric crap. That's crazy.
Hey,
you
man, Mike's my dog, man. I think Mike deserved that opportunity to go interview with the folks, see what's happening. But if that don't work out, they're gonna do what they gotta do. He'll be right back here. And Mike is one of the better recruiters out there.
He's a recruiter, but when are we gonna put the recruiter to the scoreboard?
This is the thing about it, though. It ain't just the coach recruiting anymore. It's the coach, the college, and the backers. If you don't have that right money, people ain't coming here. They going somewhere else.
Well, there's that. I agree with you on that, people. So man, he
needs some more support. He had at one point we had people there. They wanted to make sure all the players, they try to act like they were Ivy League school. Now they act like they don't want to really compete. They got to compete. And it's about money these days. Kids don't just go to school just because the coach anymore. They don't go just because, my mom or daddy went to the school. How much cheddar you offering me?
I agree.
Yeah.
All right, bro. Well, happy Friday, man.
Got you, baby.
Man.
Be cool.
All right.
What we got next, Jay? Landfill.
Deb from the chat.
Uh-huh. Deb, what's up?
Hey, B Mitch, how are you?
I'm doing good. You're not joining on me today?
Not yet. Anyway, I'm standing out in the parking lot calling you because I have no privacy in the office. It's kind of cold out here.
Oh, it's cold. So we appreciate you going outside and staying in the cold to talk to us.
Oh, well, anything for you.
All right.
I got a question for you.
What you got?
So I missed out last week because I got bumped by the governor. So the subject's kind of a week old. How did you propose to your wife?
Oh, I
was inspired. The question inspired after Revo's.
His deal. I actually put the ring in a bottle in a glass of champagne, and I had to catch her because she was taking it to the head. She was about to drink the damn ring.
Oh my God! I bet that scared you.
Oh yeah, because we were about to cut her open and get that up out of her.
Can I ask another question?
Yes.
So if the temperature gets really cold down in Tampa, does anyone have to make any adjustments when they're catching the balls?
It's not going to get cold down there.
Okay.
The cold down in Tampa is going to be 58 degrees, 55 degrees.
So it doesn't have any effect?
Nah, that won't have an effect. Now, if it was like this is outside right here, the ball gets a little slicker and it seems harder. So you got to adjust to it a little bit.
Gotcha.
Yes.
All right.
All right. Thank you.
All right. Thanks.
All right. Leffy, how you going to propose?
Text.
Wait. That's the most insane thing I've ever heard. He said he's going to text somebody, Jeff.
Yeah, you just send a text. How's it going?
Hey, you want to marry me?
This is how it's done in the modern ages, old man.
Yeah, sit back, Y or N.
Exactly.
All right, who we have next?
We got Will and Ashburn.
What's up, Will? How you doing, man? What's up? How you doing, Will?
What up, B?
What's happening?
Yeah, congratulations, Scary Terry. He was my favorite player before Jaden got there, and it's crazy how two good linebackers solidified our defense so much better than last year. But my question for you, B, is do you think that, maybe some of these lower professional players who make good money, who have distant cousins, nephews, maybe with the betting in pro games or whatever, that line to put some green in their, family's pockets, and or the insiders like Ian Rappaport or Shefty or somebody,
do
lower
I
than
think
them.
those
Do they
people
use that information to help?
do those people tell their family stuff? That's what you're asking? Oh, okay. 'Cause like I didn't get where he's going.
Basically, his question was: Do the guys that get inside information from these organizations, do you think they give their family members info so they can bet on it and make money?
I would say if the family member heard something along the way, probably, but I don't think many people are sitting there saying, "Yo, man, we got this information. Go take it to the place and make this bet." But I would say you might have one or two people that do it, that may try it, but when they get caught, they're done. So you can go from being the breadwinner in your family to not making any money. So then what good is it going to do for you? And I think Adam Schefter, he's too damn busy to do anything. That dude probably don't even sleep. All right, what we got next, Landy?
All right, we got Nate in D.C.
Nate, what's going on, brother?
Hey, B Mitch, how's it going?
Going well, man.
Good. I got one question for you.
What you got?
If you had to pick one touchdown score from Sunday's game, who would it be?
One from Sunday. Sunday coming up.
I'm
going with 17, Terry. The thing I love so much about Terry is a guy who's rather quiet, unassuming, but when Terry scores, the energy that he brings ignites his whole football team. And there's certain guys on the team that are like spark plugs. And I think Terry is one of those guys. So if he scores, I can see a lot of energy getting on that sideline. And they can play. They could probably carry him through the rest of the game.
I agree.
Yeah,
I like that.
Yeah, I've always liked him because, Terry is he wants to play football, go home and chill. But if you start talking trash to him, he wants to embarrass you. And I absolutely love that. What we got there, Landy?
All right, we got Big E in KC.
Big E in KC? Kansas City?
Yes, sir.
What's up, E?
Hey, man, 43 years, man, I've been watching Redskins, football team, and the Commanders. I stuck it out. I didn't care. I love you guys. So now my question is, since Byron Wagner and them, and if I misspoke, please shut me down. With them on one-year deals, that's showing, and plus Washington eclipsed 12 wins, that's showing that free agents may want to come here to take one-year deals because they know we're starting to win. So my question is, in the draft, to me, but I'm going to ask you, best available. So if there's an outstanding running back falls to us, me personally, I feel like we got to get it because we need a game breaker running back in that backfield with vision. Not to not be Rob, but what I know, some people are system back, meaning, well, you know what that understanding, that if it's supposed to go to a hole, that's where he's going. No, if it's full, your job is not to get tackled, bounce it outside. But I don't think he has the speed. That's why I think if their best available hits us and it's one of them top running backs, we got to get him, man.
Well, I think I think they will try and look at some people like that possibly, but I don't think that's most important. It might be best available, but you need some pass rushers. You need some more defensive backs. And I think I'll go that route first, but I believe Adam Peters is already looking at the people he want to get, and I have faith in them that they'll get them. But, I think the system that they run here, it is what it is. And I think some guys hit it, but they were very successful with it early. So I can't say he's not good at that system. I know one thing. If offensive linemen are injured, slowed up a little bit, the running game slows down. It's not all on the running back. So we'll see as it goes forward. One more Landia we go.
We got Marcus and King George.
Marcus and King George. Isn't that where greatness from, King George? How you doing, Marcus?
I'm doing that. How you doing?
Doing good.
All right. So my question is, with B-Rob having a rough couple of games lately, he had the fumbles in the game before, and the last game against Dallas, he wasn't too crazy. Do you think we could see a situation where coming up this Sunday, where in the second half we see more Christian Rodriguez and Austin Eckler?
I don't know. I think everybody's blaming B-Rob, but I think no running back has been running well. So for me, it's not about B-Rob. It's about this whole thing hasn't been working in the run game. I've seen offensive linemen getting beat. I've seen them not moving like they were moving earlier. So it's about getting that run game back flowing. And I think if it gets back flowing, B-Rob's going to be flowing just like anybody else. So the fumble game, they put him back in the game. They have a lot of faith in him. But I have confidence in C-Rod. I have confidence in Eckler. But I believe that everybody is back now. Everybody is now just focused on doing their job instead of doing extra stuff. And that should make the team make it flow a lot better.
All right, thank you.
All right, man. Appreciate you. All right. We'll take us a break here. This is Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday, and it's powered by Scotty's Handcrafted Vodka. Scotty's Vodka is Maryland-made, amazingly smooth, and loved throughout the DMV. B Mitch, Philly 106.7 The Fan. Take a quick break. We'll be right back.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. In the NFL, the Commanders gearing up to take on the Buccaneers on Sunday Night Football in their wild card playoff matchup. Today, 4 Commanders were named as second-team All-Pros. Wide receiver Terry McLaurin, kick returner Austin Eckler, and 2 linebackers Bobby Wagner and Frankie Louvu. Also today, Dan Quinn said we're pumped to have Marshawn Lattimore back for the wild card game. NFL injuries. Browns quarterback Deshaun Watson retore his Achilles, underwent a second surgery. He'll miss most, if not all, of next season. Ravens wide receiver Zay Flowers is out for their matchup against the Steelers tomorrow. And Eagles quarterback Jalen Hurts cleared concussion protocol. He's good to go for Sunday's matchup against the Packers. College football last night. Notre Dame beat Penn State 27-24 in the Orange Bowl. They're into the national championship tonight. The other semifinal game of the Cotton Bowl, Ohio State and Texas, will kick off at 7:30. In the NBA, the Wizards taking on the Bulls in Chicago tonight at 8 o'clock. You can hear that on the Team 980. In hockey, the Caps in action against the Canadiens tonight at Capital One Arena, 7 p.m. puck drop right here on the Fan. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
B Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Listen to Dan Quinn, listen to B Mitch. Had some Ask B Mitch anything. Those phone lines got packed in a hurry, B.
Oh, yes, they did.
People like talking to you, Brian.
Hey, man, I don't mind talking. You know me.
I know you. There's, the most difficult place in the world. Like people will say it's the Mojave Desert or perhaps the mountains of Afghanistan. No.
When is it?
The most difficult place in the world is trying to get B Mitch out of a hotel lobby packed with burgundy and gold fans. That's the most difficult place in the
They
world.
want to talk, man. If they gave me that time to come watch us in some of them cold ass games, I'm gonna talk to them.
I totally agree with you, and I love that conceptually, except when the Uber's coming and says, yo, I'm about to leave.
Well,
that's
once the Uber says about to leave, I leave.
All right. Landini has tracked down some audio. Listen, I think Orlovsky is generally a pretty sharp football mind. It's a lot like Robert, just without the success that Robert had,
Yeah.
albeit shortened.
Did he run out the back of the end zone?
He sure did.
Yeah.
I think I think RG3 talking about football is really, really good. It's all the other stuff that I'm like, what are we doing here?
Yep.
Orlovsky, I think similarly. He's really good at breaking down X's and O's. I don't know why there's an insistence to wear neon suits, but hey, man, you do
because that's supposedly worked for them.
Whatever works, man.
Sometimes they do a clown show.
Landini's got some audio of Danny O talking about how the Commanders can win this game.
All right.
Washington will not win this game unless they stop Tampa's counter. Tampa's counter run game, no matter if they run it with both backs on the field, with one back on the field, they pull both offensive linemen, they pull a tight end, they pull an extra guard. Like it is tremendous. And I would say that they are the best counter run team in football. I mean, anytime you're running the football this year and you're doing it better than Philly, you've done something good. I think that's the key for Washington is how do they handle the down block double team and then get it over the top, because Rashad White, Bucky Irving, Sean Tucker, all of them run it well. And if they don't stop the counter, this game could get into the 30s for both teams.
I'm glad you guys are talking about Bucky Irving, because when you look at his yards per rush,
so good.
5.6, fourth best in the league, behind only Derrick Henry, Saquon Barkley, and Jameer Gibbs. The guy deserves his flowers.
He reminds me so much of Brian Westbrook back in the day.
Love that.
Dual threat, really low to the ground in his running style, but super powerful.
Yeah, the Bucs offense is prolific. They are fantastic.
Bucky Irving is a real threat. He's been quite good over the last probably 2 months. Anybody that plays fantasy is highly aware of what Bucky Irving's been doing as a rookie.
Yeah.
If you look at his splits over the last 4 games, he's had 113 total yards, 92 total yards, a $190 in that big win over Carolina. And then last week in the winning in against New Orleans, he went for 84 and a touchdown. He's slippery, strong enough. What's your concern level about Bucky Irving, Brian?
I mean, the natural things. Like, like I believe you have to stop the running game to make them become more of a passing team. And I think you got to stop the run every week. But, like, I have seen this team play against running backs I think that are better than Bucky Irvin. And they have limited them tremendously in the second half of games. I just want them to find a way to do it in the first half of the game. You know what I mean? We have shown we can find a way, make adjustments, and stop people. Can we come out of the locker room with that game plan already intact? You know what I mean? We played them. We know the success they've had earlier. How can we attack them right out the gate to make his job hard? Because New Orleans was beating them. New Orleans was doing something against him that was limiting what he was doing early. What was it?
Yeah.
Can you find a way to do that? Because I totally agree with Orlovsky. They have to stop the run. If they don't, it's going to be a long damn day.
I mean, they just haven't done it in so long that it's hard. Maybe hard's the wrong word. It gets harder to see them doing it this week. But that doesn't mean it can't happen.
Saquon had 109 yards in the first quarter.
Sure.
They gave him 41 the next 3 quarters.
They were really good in the second half.
So what my question is, what the hell did they do then? Because they didn't get no new players. They got the same players. They schemed it up and they found a way to attack them.
I'll tell you this.
How can
this
they do that against Tampa?
Yeah, I'm with you. I wish I had that exact answer for you, Brian.
Yeah.
But more importantly, I hope they do over there. This other kid that has been really under the radar because Irving's been so good, Sean Tucker. He's a Howard County guy, played at Cuse. Dude, he's explosive.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what his YPC is on the season. On the season, he's averaging 6.2. Now, he's a change of pace guy for them. He's not going to get a ton of work, but he's a dangerous player when he gets on the field.
Yep.
I think Kevin Carberry is a guy that used to be here as an assistant O-line coach under Bill Callahan. He's the O-line coach now in Tampa. He does a really good job. That offensive line is quite good and quite young. As we get closer and closer, Tristan Wirfs has been dealing with some stuff. He's a stud.
Was he the guy that had the issues in the Super Bowl? Wasn't he with the Chiefs at one point?
No, I believe Wirfs was drafted.
Wirfs has always been there. That's right. I'm confused. I know. I got it.
But, I mean, that Chiefs Super Bowl, they lost to Tampa. A lot of guys were having issues, man. That Tampa defense, as much as everybody remembers it for Brady, that Tampa defense that year was excellent.
Good. But see, I just think as long as I've been watching football, and I know this is a passing league now, but still, importance of the run, stopping the run game and running the ball is still there. And I believe our D tackles, a lot of times, we take one side or the other. You know what's an easy read for a running back? You take a side. If you stay square, and I always talk about disengaging, play square, that running back has to stop his feet. And then you make him pitter-patter a little bit, maybe a linebacker come and get him. Or maybe once you throw the offensive lineman one side, he makes the wrong move. But if you jump to one side of the offensive lineman immediately, that running back is not going to stop stride. He's going to just run right through the hole. So they got to find a way of playing that D better, whether knocking the offensive lineman back or playing right at the line of scrimmage. But if you take sides, you're going to have a problem. Hands down.
Jeffrey, the vibes are high. I'm fully aware of it. Are you nervous about Bucky Irving?
Yes, that is the only person I'm really worried about. And it's just, you never know what our D line. I just hope they come and show up. If we can limit him, make him stop his feet in the backfield, make him go lateral rather than vertical, I think we could, really win this game by more points than what I think we will win by. But this Bucky Irving guy, we got to contain him.
You more nervous about Bucky than Mike Evans?
Yes.
Bucky sets the tone.
Sure. I mean, if you can run the game, if you can run the ball and Baker's not having to create on 3rd and 12, it's an entirely different ball game. I've been saying this. The more I look around, the more people are picking the Commanders. Warren Gaskins, shout out to Warren, just sent me a screen grab from Get Up this morning. If you watch that show, good for you. Louis Riddick, EJ Manuel, Dan Graziano, and Ryan Clark all took the Commanders to beat the Bucs.
Wow. Smart people.
I just hope they're right, man. Landini, there are people that when you get a text from, you approach it with understanding. The governor set to join us in just a moment here. Well, the governor just got a phone call he had to take. So the governor's now going to join us at 1:30 after we talk to Ronde Barber.
Ça va.
What's that?
I said ça va.
Yeah. The governor, if he gets a call, I can only imagine what those calls are. Like, how many people are on your list to be like a drop everything, I'm taking this call?
I got a few of them.
Yeah, there's some folks. Yeah. Did you guys go through all the All-Pro stuff?
Yeah. Well, we heard it from the update. We didn't go through it.
Well, so the Commanders have Terry McLaurin, Austin Eckler, Bobby Wagner, and Frankie Louvu as All-Pros, all 4 second-team All-Pros. Do you know the last time Washington had 4 players on the NFL All-Pro list?
When? 91?
91.
I mean, 91 been popping up a lot lately, so I just threw it out there. So 91 for real?
Most players, most All-Pros since 1991.
Damn.
Wild, right?
Yeah, and that 91 thing keep popping up, boy. We got to have
sure does, man.
We got to have a,
sure does.
A homecoming with all these 91 people.
I mean, hell, it's almost 25 years, right? Or 35 years.
Yeah.
Prefer the 25 years?
I'm not going to lie. Every time you do something like that on air, I know Maryland and Georgetown say, what the hell? How did we let it slip by like that?
I'd like to lean on Landfill's expertise for a brief moment. Landfill. Now, I have to get on a plane tonight. We're all aware of my stomach. But the plane's not till 8 o'clock. I'm going to meet Cody Betts, the tech executive, for lunch as soon as I get off the radio because I'm freaking starving.
Eat white rice and something bland. Don't eat nothing with spice.
Our options are Taco Bell, Chipotle, or Five Guys.
I think either one of those will put you in the bathroom on the plane, and that's not good.
It's 5 hours away.
Okay, but you know how your little weak ass stomach is, though.
You know what has been messing me up the most lately is Popeyes. So I'm eschewing from Popeyes, despite my love of Popeyes.
Yeah, I think Jeff and Landfill were afraid for red beans and rice today.
Landfill, where should I go?
Taco Bell.
Oh man, you try to get him. He is trying to set you up. That was my first vote. All right, go to Taco Bell.
I handled the bell well, baby.
All right, go ahead. Get the spice.
Ronde Barber joins us at 1 o'clock. When we come back, we're going to run through some predictions for this game, over, unders, the whole 9 yards. Nobody go anywhere.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. Football fans, buckle up, because for the first time ever, we've got 5 straight days of playoff football in college and the pros. And FanDuel is celebrating with the great playoff payoff. That's a no-sweat same-game parlay every day for all 5 days. With a no-sweat same-game parlay, you can combine your bets for the same game for a chance at even bigger winnings. And if it doesn't hit, you'll get bonus bets back. So not only do we get to watch 5 straight days of playoff football, but that's also 5 chances to win big. Just visit FanDuel.com/Brian to be part of this epic run. That's FanDuel.com/Brian. It's the great playoff payoff, and it's only on FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years or older and present in Virginia. Opt-in required. Minimum 3-leg parlay required. Refund issued as a non-withdrawable bonus bet that expires 7 days after receipt. Match refund, $5 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm seeing this all over Twitter, B, and it deserves to be pointed out how little the previous administration, and really, I think you got to go back to London. Comp had some decent years. Comp and Mason Foster had some decent years.
Yep.
But it's been so long since this team had good quarterback play that I'm sorry, linebacker play, both, but linebacker play specifically. And then this year to have 2 second-team All-Pro linebackers is just like night and day different. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
It's just crazy.
Those veteran linebackers, though, London proved it, and also Bobby and Frankie proving it.
Totally. Little breaking news here. Everybody thought Georgia quarterback Carson Beck was going to the pros, but he's in the transfer portal going to Miami.
But
Canes,
see, this is my thing now, bro. That's his 6th year. We got to get to a point now where you get 4 or 5 years tops. How you get a 6th year? He got hurt with a game left. This is 6th year coming up. 6th season.
Is it?
Yes.
I don't know. I think eventually the NCAA is just going to let these kids stay forever because, well, he redshirted his freshman year.
All right, so
he didn't play that. He didn't play that freshman year, so he's played 4 seasons in this.
And he's going to play a 5th one.
Yeah, it's a wild
that's
world.
6 seasons. That one dude got 9 during COVID. I mean, come on, dog.
Hey, you're the one that always wants to advocate for the players.
No, I advocate for the players getting paid. I don't advocate for the players staying in college for the rest of their damn lives.
Well, that's their methodology to get paid.
Well, to be honest,
stay there where they're good enough.
Just tell them 5 years and you got to go.
I think they're expanding it so that now 5 years is like the baseline, and then you can redshirt and
That's
do
crazy,
all that.
man. But I know there were guys when I played against Memphis when I was in college that went to the military and then they came back to college. They were 27 and 28 years old.
Crazy. I mean, BYU's always got grown men that go on their mission.
They send people on a mission, then they come back. That you can't tell me you have 15, 20 guys in their 20s, like 24, 25, playing college football. That's not an advantage.
Yeah, this is a huge advantage.
Yeah.
All right. I fear we're going to run out of time as we progress, so I at least want to check in with the aquarium. It is, let's get firm numbers for the boys. I'll start with White Brian because he'll answer quickly.
White Brian looking real Philly today with his Timbs on.
Oh yeah, got the creams on or what?
He got the cream Timbs on. Looking all Philly.
White Brian, the Commanders, +3, 50.5. Give it to me.
+3 and the over.
+3 and the over. Jeffrey, 3-point spread. Total is 50.5.
+3 over and money line.
Ooh,
that's
money
how
line.
confident
How
I
you
am.
gonna do +3 and the money line?
No, I'm just saying that's how confident
He's
I am.
putting it all in.
Yeah, all in. No did.
Dude, what is so on All Ears the other night, one of our producers, Bakari Clemens, he always comes up with a bet for me.
Uh-huh.
You could bet the Commanders to win, to come back to win, basically.
Yeah, I heard you talking about that.
+225.
Yeah.
That's juicy.
I mean, they just got to be down at one point in the game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, that could be 3-0 early. This is a team that they stare deficits in the eye.
Mhm.
Professor Landini, point spread is 3. The total is 50.5.
I got the Commanders.
Over or under?
Over.
I like it. All right. B, 3 points, over or under 50.5.
All right, I'm taking a +3. Let me look at. I gotta see what the score was the first game. That's where I'm coming. What was the first score? First
What's
game
that?
they played.
37-20.
Over.
It's hard to not like the over. I am taking the 3, to be sure. And I'm going under. The whole world's thinking this thing's going to go over. Like, maybe all these squads are going to try to run it and just slow this thing down. Playoff football tends to be a little tighter, especially early on. It's going to take real cojones for me to actually bet the under come Sunday night. I'm not sure I'll actually do it, but for our purposes, I will take the under. Dude, if you want to dig into some real stuff on here, I'm looking. If you go to an alt lines, if you bet Washington to win by 1 to 6 points, so basically you're betting them to win by less than a touchdown, which is how they've won most of their games. Plus 340.
Damn.
Jeff, that's got to be kind of juicy for you, buddy.
Yeah, go stuff like that.
I mean, it's pretty damn interesting. If you think this game could go to OT, it's plus 1,200 to bet them going to OT. Right?
Yeah. How do you bet that, though? I mean, like, what makes you think it's going to go to OT? I'm just saying, that mindset.
The only, yes, it would be a little nuts to bet, right? But Washington's last 4 games have all come down to the final play from scrimmage. Like, I mean, one of them went to OT in Atlanta. Philly could have. I mean, Philly, they won at if Jaden doesn't throw the touchdown against Philly, they probably kick to tie it up. I don't know. I'm not saying to bet any of those, but they're all pretty damn interesting. What is very damn interesting is Ronde Barber. He joins the program next.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is presented by Gridiron IT. Tested, trusted talent, gridironit.com. The Commanders gearing up for their wild card playoff game against the Buccaneers on Sunday Night Football. They're going to get back Marshawn Lattimore. Dan Quinn saying they're pumped to have him back. The Commanders also had 4 players named to second-team All-Pro team today. Wide receiver Terry McLaurin, kick returner Austin Eckler, and 2 linebackers Bobby Wagner and Frankie Louvu. Some injuries around the league. Browns quarterback Deshaun Watson retore his Achilles, underwent a second surgery, and will miss most, if not all, of next season. Ravens wide receiver Zay Flowers has already been ruled out with a knee injury for their matchup with the Steelers tomorrow, and the Eagles quarterback Jalen Hurts has cleared concussion protocol. He's good to go for Sunday's game against the Packers. College football, the Jets are going to be interviewing Maryland head coach Mike Locksley. Semifinal game last night, the Orange Bowl. Notre Dame beat Penn State 27-24. Ohio State and Texas tonight in the Cotton Bowl, the other semifinal that'll kick off at 7:30. In the NBA, the Wizards taking on the Bulls in Chicago tonight, 8 p.m. tip-off on the Team 980. And in hockey, the Caps in action against the Canadiens tonight at Capital One Arena, 7 p.m. puck drop. You can hear John Walton on the call right here on The Fan. Federal Integrators, you looking to beef up that roster? Gridiron IT, the leading provider of IT talent across the country, can help. You know the game, they know the players. Choose Gridiron IT as your trusted partner and build your winning team together. Tested, trusted talent, gridironit.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
B Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. We are very fired up to get on the phone lines and bring in our friend, Mr. Ronde Barber, Hall of Famer, Super Bowl winner. Ronde, what's up, man? Thanks for making time for us.
What's up, boys? How you doing, man? Y'all ready to come down to Florida?
Yeah, we started the season just like this, Ronde.
Hey, man, I knew I'd see you again. I just didn't know it was going to be this soon.
We still got like 6 inches of snow on the ground. We're very ready to get down to Florida.
Yeah, my mom told me that past couple of weeks have been pretty brutal. Actually, my wife and daughter had to go up there the other day, and they got stuck in the airport for a couple hours. So I know what it's like, man. You know what? It'll be nice for you guys to get down here. Florida's having a cold streak right now. It's about 55 degrees at night.
I'll take that.
I'm good with it. That's no problem.
It's about 32 during the day here.
Right.
Yeah. Ronde, obviously this is a huge matchup. I mean, I think it says a lot about both these teams and maybe even more so the star power of Jaden Daniels that this is the Sunday night game. Just on the surface, what do you see in this matchup?
Yeah, I think Sunday night wants it because it's where they started. You know, this is a nice way to turn, full circle for both of these football teams having played week one. I mean, obviously the narratives, write themselves when you get a wild card matchup like this. When I look at, what the Bucs were able to do this year, I'm pretty amazed because they're pretty one-sided. And I mean that in fact that this was the Baker, Bucky Irving. If you guys were watching from afar, just following the NFL, you knew the types of years those two guys had. Obviously, Mike Evans hit his milestone as well. But they were so good on offense, yet so very, very inconsistent on defense. And, whereas they put in, work to win some games, they won the Saints game week 18 to secure their playoff berth. But if you watch the first half of that game, you're frustrated with the Bucs defense. It's kind of been that way the whole year, but they've been boosted so much by, what they've been able to do on offense. And then I kind of feel like it's the same way with Washington, right? Your rookie quarterback, Terry McLaurin, the balance that offense has produced. And then it took a while, right, for y'all's defense to start, living up to the same billing. And I think once the Commanders did that, once y'all did that, there's a reason why y'all finished with 12 wins, five wins in a row.
Mm-hmm.
So, Tampa finished their season 6 out of 7 wins. But, they went on the road and lost to Dallas. But you always get that mantra: play well at the end of the season. You want to be playing your best football in December. And of all the wild card matchups, this is, I think, one where both teams are, definitively doing that going into the playoffs. This would be a great one, I think.
You mentioned the defense. Is it anything that concern you when you think about Jaden Daniels and his offense against that defense?
Yeah, I mean, obviously Tampa's defense with Vita Vea, Kalijah Cansey, who you guys probably don't have a real good handle on the type of player he is, and Yaya Diaby are all great run defenders, right? But having played him week one and having studied that film, if you don't contain that dude, man, it's a different ball game. So my concern would be that first off, but he's also turned into a great passer, in year one. I think he'll only get better in that regard. And I know it feels like it starts with his legs, but I understand that he's a damn good thrower of the football. And that's where the Bucs' weakness is. And mostly in the secondary because they've had so many injuries. Antoine Winfield has been out for over a month. Christian Izien, who was his backup, is out for the season. Jordan Whitehead, another safety, went on IR 2 weeks ago. So you're playing with like third and fourth level safeties. Jamel Dean, the other corner, has been out for a good couple of weeks. And so you just look on paper, right? You have to put on the film. Just look on paper where the Bucs are struggling. And it's in the secondaries because they've had injury. They've had a lot of inexperience in there with these young guys playing. And Jaden Daniels is a good matchup for the Commanders in that regard. So if you're asking where I'm worried from a Bucs perspective, 100%, it's Jaden Daniels throwing the football against this secondary.
Specific on some of the injuries, though, I heard Winfield's tracking the right way, and they didn't face Cansey in the first matchup. He didn't play, I think, till like week 5 or something. Can you give me just Winfield and tell us a little bit about Cansey because the fans here didn't get to see it.
Well, yeah, you'll notice Cansey right away. But I'll start with Winfield. He had a knee injury, and I think it was an MCL. Don't quote me on that, but I think it was an MCL. And he was probably getting close to coming back, and he didn't play the last 4 games of the season. And so I think the idea was that once if they made the playoffs, he would be able to fight through whatever he's got going on and play. And so he practiced yesterday. I think they went through a walkthrough. I'm not sure what type of practice they went through. And it looks like he is going to play. And that'll be a huge boost because, as you guys know, I mean, he wasn't having the type of year that he had the year before, but a year ago, he was the best DB in football, which was then rewarded with a huge contract. His ability to impact at the line of scrimmage in the run game. He's obviously a great pass defender, but he brings us different energy to the back end of the Bucs defense. Then you notice it when he's not in there. It's completely noticeable how utilitarian of a player he is. He's a blitz. He's a great tackler. He's good in coverage, and he brings energy that's not necessarily there. Now with Kalijah, 2 years in a row, he started the season while y'all didn't see him week 1. He had a hamstring injury and he missed 4 games. But since he's been back, the rise in production, right? Not just how they play, but the rise in production from the interior defensive line has been marked, right? He led the team with 7.5 sacks, having missed four games. Vita Vea gets more one-on-one opportunities, and that's different, because he's a nose tackle. He's a down nose tackle. But if you give Vita a one-on-one matchup, he's destroying a guard or a center. He's just going to ragdoll him and get to the quarterback. So he had a career year this year as well. He had 7 sacks. And then Logan Hall is another guy who had his best year as a pro in his 3rd year. So the strength of our defense is right there. Obviously, you can talk about Levante David. He's just like Bobby Wagner. You know what you're getting out of him, consistency or whatever. But for his Bucs defense, it starts up front. And you'll notice the impact plays that Kalijah makes mostly. Quickness, speed, that short space power that, the great defensive tackles have. He has all that.
All right, Ronde, I'm sure you played
he's an
against
interior guy, right? Sorry, B.
Yeah. Yeah, I say, Jay, I say he's like an interior guy, not an exterior guy, right?
Yeah, I mean they're odd front 3-4. So Vita's the nose. And you have two technically defensive ends, but they're really like tackles. Logan Hall on one side, Kalijah Cansey. Then you have Yaya Diaby and Anthony Nelson that play the edge. Those are those stand-up outside linebackers. So he's an interior player. He's listed as a DN. And you'll see at times when they get into their four-man, their even fronts, they'll line up outside. He's kind of like Chris Jones in that regard, Kansas City, where they can kind of put him anywhere based on situation. You'll see him lined up on the edge, and when they get in some of their four-man looks and give him opportunity to rush on some tackles too. But he's different. He's a star in the making is what he is. I think in the next year or two, he'll be one of those guys you'll be talking about, one of the best in the league at the position.
Well, I'm sure you have some guys that you love to play against, you didn't really like, just like Lattimore and Evans. Okay, how do you prepare for a game like that? These two, listen, they don't play football; they play WWE.
Right. I don't think I ever went to a game quite that angry. Like you're like you're going up against your best friend in Madden or back when we were playing. You're playing Street Fighter or something.
Yeah.
And you just wanted to kill them. You're just like they take that to 1,000 level. And I don't know what started it originally. I remember the game where Lattimore was going off on Jameis, and then Mike came over and just leveled up, and then that turned into a brawl. And it was like from then on, it was like, it's a prerequisite at some point in the game for them to fight. They're going to get fines. You're going to hope neither one of them gets kicked out because the matchup is such a great matchup. But, when I was doing games, B Mitch, I always, tried to label 2 or 3 premium matchups, right? The ones that if things are going slow or, I need a point of emphasis, you could say this is the premium matchup today. Well, in this game across both sides of the ball, either offense, defense, or both teams, this is the premium matchup. Mike, I mean, I know that Marshawn's coming back from a hamstring injury, and I think he was full participant today. I think I saw that right before I got on with you guys. So this is the one that you circle, right? You put a star next to it. Then you underline it, and then you highlight it, and you say we're starting the conversation with this matchup, and it should be great. I mean, obviously your defense, that Commanders' defense is markedly improved since he came in, and I know you. You got some young guys playing in their back end, but having a guy like that be able to, change up some things in Fitz defense makes it so much easier to play. And I'm pretty sure he's going to be following 13 around all week. So this should be awesome.
That
Get
really
your popcorn ready, I guess. Huh?
I mean, totally.
Yes.
Talking with Hall of Famer and Super Bowl winner Ronde Barber, knows a thing or two about playing good corner. Ronde, when you were, I mean, you have an extensive NFL career, right? Did you ever get to face a rookie quarterback in a playoff game?
Ooh, that is a good question. I don't remember facing one. Not our Super Bowl run. Not the year 99. No, I don't think so. I know we played. No.
I mean, it's fairly infrequent for it to happen, right? So
Yeah. I don't think I have. I mean, I think I would want to. Just obviously you get to the playoffs, and if they're starting a quarterback, they've got snaps under them, right?
Yeah.
And they have the trust of their team or whatnot. So the nerves of playing in the NFL, that's probably gone at this point. So if you're talking Jaden, that's probably gone. The big thing will be the moment. How do you capture the moment if you're a rookie quarterback? And if you're playing against a rookie quarterback, how do you try to inflate the moment? How do you try to make it feel even bigger than it is on him and see if you can force him into mistakes? But your guy, besides the fact that he looks like Shock G, B Mitch, you know what I'm talking about.
Hup today.
Besides the fact that he is the coolest cat ever, he's so poised under pressure. I don't think him being a rookie is going to factor into this game at all. He just, to me, the way that you guys were able to win so many close games in the last month and a half of the season, I mean, it speaks to the maturity of this kid. I mean, we were watching that Atlanta game. Tampa collectively was watching that Atlanta game because we needed them to lose, right? We needed Atlanta to lose. And, that last drive, watching the way he, manufactured that touchdown to win. Yeah. I mean, he just took over. He said, all right, I'll put it on my back and I'll do it. And he did it. And that's it's pretty awesome to watch, man, knowing he's got a lot of years left to be even better. And as you know, B Mitch, Washington is my team. I know I play in Tampa and I live here.
Oh yeah.
But I grew up in Virginia. I'm an old school Washington fan. So I kind of root for him, but you know what I'm saying.
I got
I love that you say that, Ronde, because now that you said the Shock G thing, I can't get you look like MC Hammer on crack. I can't get that out of my head. But two, Brian and I kind of started talking about this morning. This team this season, I think, and maybe you can speak to this because I think your mom's still in the area. Like it is reminded this city and this fan base how much they love this team.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, 2 years in the new ownership, right? And get Dan Quinn. Get Dan Quinn as a head coach. You change the general manager, who was a great. I knew him when he was on John's staff, Lynch's staff in San Francisco, and he just knew that he was going to do great things. And it's amazing that they've done it, so quickly. But just the way the roster changed, the way the attitude changed when the roster changed, and the type of man that Dan Quinn is, and the type of leader that he is, this is a team you can get behind, right? And again, I grew up in Roanoke, Virginia, man. I'm a Washington fan. I remember the Hogs. I remember the Super Bowl championships. My mom lives in Maryland now, just off the Beltway in Maryland. And my best friend down here in Tampa is from Virginia. We watch Skins Commanders. I'm sorry, when we're not watching Bucs football. And it's a great time to be, kind of wrapped up in what this team has been able to do in year one under this new staff. And, they got a road game, right? They're a 12-win team, got to go on the road against a hot offense. And I'm telling you, it's going to be a good game. So to circle all the way back to the first question you asked me, Sunday Night Football, this should be this game, right? To me, this is going to be one of the more exciting games, balanced game, two evenly matched teams. And it's going to be fun. I can't wait to go.
It's amazing how when you got all the right people in the right places, how quick stuff can change. Because it took 20-some years the last time they never got right.
right. 24.
It's been a long time, man.
Right. I mean, that being said, y'all were in the playoffs in 2020 and gave Tom Brady's Bucs, a run for their money, right? I know Brady threw 2 interceptions that game.
Yeah, we bragged about that for a long time.
Yeah, I mean, they also got in at 7-9 and won a terrible division. But yeah, there have been little pops over the years, but nothing like this. It feels so much more sustainable. Just feels real. Ronde, I'm curious. Talking with Ronde Barber, Hall of Famer, Super Bowl winner with the Bucs, but still loves the burgundy and gold. I think the AFC is pretty top heavy between Baltimore, Kansas City, and Buffalo. One of them is getting out of the AFC. The NFC feels totally wide open to me. I'm curious if you see it similarly.
I would. I mean, Jalen Hurts will come back. I mean, Philly for a while felt like inevitable in the NFC just because of how well Jalen was playing, or how well Saquon was playing with Jalen, just holding on, playing well. But that team always seems to have a little bit of turmoil. I don't know why. I don't know why they can't get themselves right. But they're a 14-win football team with that turmoil, right? And they have so much talent on offense, and their defense, is the best it's been in, who knows how many years. I mean, that's been their weakness for the past 3 years in the playoffs. But I look at in the NFC North, and obviously there's 3 teams coming out of that North division. Detroit, if you would ask me a month and a half ago, I would have said one of the best teams of football. But since then, their defense has kind of tailed off. And, if you can get some pressure on Jared Goff, you can make them a little uncomfortable, right? So of those 3 teams, I mean, I'm not terribly scared of any of them. I know they can score points, but other teams in the NFC can score points. Tampa's 4th in points, and I think you guys are right there. I know we're either 4 or 5 or 3 or 4 in points scored.
Yeah.
So
Washington's fifth.
It's not that, right? It's not about who can score more points. It's about who can win on the other side of the ball. And if you ask me, and I'm not biased at all, because I like Brian Flores. That Minnesota defense is the one that can turn it on. And if you can get that kind of helter skelter type scheme, I think the best way I can describe it. I saw them play in London. I was over there when they played their international game. That defense is wild to watch, and just how challenged he puts on his players, and watch them go thrive in it. That's the team to me that's like, I know they got killed in the week 18 for the division, for the division and the bye, but I'm telling you, these guys are a good football team all the way around. And Sam Darnold's had an amazing year. Obviously, JJ's an all-pro again. We got probably the best offensive line in football. So if you ask me, that's where I'd start, and then the rest of them are just, it's going to be a battle royale, man. It's going to be fun.
All right.
Absolutely. Ronde, while we're doing the interview, I got a text from a buddy. He said, Ronde's a great dude. I played flip cup with him at UVA.
I'm sure
I'll let you confirm or deny.
That's taking you back there, Ronde.
Yeah, man, that threw me back. I don't lose in flip cup, man. I don't lose in that game.
I like that. I love that. Hey, Ronde, thank you so much, man. Really appreciate the time.
Man. Hey, B Mitch, I'll see you tomorrow, man. Bring your A game, bro.
I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try.
All right.
Have fun out there, boys.
Take care, man.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ronde.
Yeah.
The great Ronde Barber. I think, dude, the way he breaks down football, like his explanation, that's why I wanted to ask him a follow-up on Kalijah Cansey, who's clearly a really good player.
Yeah.
But like Ronde just gives you the nuts and bolts, the serious football stuff.
Yeah.
But he doesn't over talk it to try to make it seem more complicated than it is. Really, really good.
Yeah.
Always appreciate his time. Coming up next, we will have Maryland Governor Wes Moore making wild card picks, baby. Should be fun. Don't go anywhere.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. The Commanders taking on the Buccaneers on Sunday Night Football for their wild card matchup. They're going to have back Marshawn Lattimore. Dan Quinn saying they're pumped to have him back. Commanders have 4 second-team All-Pros this year. Wide receiver Terry McLaurin, kick returner Austin Eckler, and a pair of linebackers Bobby Wagner and Frankie Louvu. Some injuries around the NFL. Browns quarterback Deshaun Watson retore his Achilles. Will miss most, if not all, of next season. And Eagles quarterback Jalen Hurts has cleared concussion protocol. He's good for Sunday's game against the Packers. The Jets are going to be interviewing Maryland head coach Mike Locksley. Last night in college football, Notre Dame beat Penn State 27-24 in the Orange Bowl to advance to the national championship game. They'll meet the winner of tonight's Cotton Bowl. Ohio State taking on Texas at 7:30. In the NBA, the Wizards taking on the Bulls in Chicago. 8 p.m. tip-off on the Team 980. And the Caps in action tonight taking on the Canadiens at Capital One Arena. 7 p.m. puck drop right here on the Fan. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Two, 1, 3.
Let's do this.
B Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Waiting to hear from Maryland Governor Wes Moore, who's been absolutely on fire with his picks all year. They're calling us when they have a moment, so we will wait for the gov. B, it's pretty interesting, kind of as we continue to gear up for this. It's possible this is the last practice of the year, and I think there is like the right mix of, we've accomplished a lot, but we've got a game to focus on.
Oh yeah, yeah.
How hard is, you were a player on some excellent teams, both here and in Philly. How hard is that to balance?
It's not hard to balance because as a player, you're always focused on the game and what's next. You don't have, at that point of the season now, you don't have time to really look back and look at what you've done thus far. Because the season, in your mind, the season's not over. It's just extended. You know what I mean? Yeah. Like, I played some years where I didn't really look back at the season until maybe the week before training camp. Because you finish up a season, then you start focusing on preparing for the next season, and hell, you haven't even realized all the things you may have done good or bad. You know what I mean? And then when you have a coach like a Dan Quinn who keeps your mind focused on the next task at hand, they're not worried about what they've done at this point.
How much do you think it helps, B, that Dan Quinn, I understand they didn't win it, but Dan Quinn has been on a Super Bowl run.
Yeah, yeah.
Like, he's done this.
But the thing about it shows you that this man knows how to coach. And a lot of times the main aspect or the prerequisite of being a great coach is being able to motivate your guys. And how do you motivate guys? By first letting them know you care about them, right? And he damn sure shows them that. You just listen to the guys talk about it and watch how they work for him. They care about him because they know he gives a damn about them. And then you can now begin to really enhance what you want. Once the guys know you care, they'll do whatever you ask them. If they don't think you care, you're not getting their 100% participation.
I like that. I think the fact that they have so much experience on the coaching staff and that they've brought in veteran players all over the roster. Uh-huh. Wagner's got a Super Bowl. Ertz has got a Super Bowl. Eckler's been to the playoffs plenty, but the Chargers team had a real rough time. We have the governor. Okay. Well, then we're not going to waste any time. We're going to get right to the phones and talk to Maryland Governor Wes Moore. Hello, Gov. Thanks for making time for us, man. I know you're busy.
Listen, what's going on, guys? How y'all doing? You ready for some football?
Oh, yeah.
Damn
Hey,
right,
Mom,
sir.
Where's my theme music?
We played it coming out of the break. I can get him to re-rack it, though, if you need it.
It's all good. It's all good.
Thank you.
Happy New Year, guys.
Governor,
man.
We're going to run through all 6 wild cards. But I want to start your boy Lamar Jackson, all-pro quarterback. It sure seems like another MVP award coming.
It will be absurd not to give it to him. I mean, seriously, because he had not only is he putting up better numbers than he put up when he had his MVP year before. Like, listen, Josh Allen has had a very good year, and I'm not taking anything away from Josh Allen's year, but he hasn't had the same kind of stats as Lamar Jackson. He hasn't had the same kind of moments as Lamar Jackson. And to say, well, Lamar Jackson has a better supporting cast, I think that's actually very disrespectful to a lot of the horses that they have over in Buffalo. But also, when was that a criteria for how we thought about MVP awards? I mean, look at all the MVP awards that Tom Brady had. No one is saying that Tom Brady was by himself all this year. He had multiple Hall of Famers that were on his team. Look at the same thing with Peyton Manning. I mean, so I just believe that when you're talking about who has been the most valuable player, the most outstanding, you cannot say that if you took Lamar Jackson away, that the Ravens would still be the team that they are. This guy is special, man, and he has earned his third MVP this year.
Well, he was told that he couldn't pass the ball. He led the league, I think, or almost led the league in quarterback rating. He passed
I think he's going to tie a record.
Yeah, he passed for 40-something touchdowns. The man had the most yards per carry and the most yards per pass in the league.
Correct.
So I don't get it.
Lamar Jackson is a video game.
Yes.
He is a video game.
I don't think it's going to end up being close. I really don't. All right, Governor, we got a full slate of games for you, sir. You want to go chronological order? How's that sound?
I'll go however you want to go, man.
All right. The perpetual Saturday afternoon playoff game is always Houston. The Chargers are going to Houston.
Yeah, I mean, listen, this is going to be a good game, and I do believe though that the Chargers pull this one off, and I think that part of the reason is first I just like Justin Herbert. I think Justin Herbert is really I think he's playing well. I think he wants to win this game. I think he has a lot to prove, and I think that this is a guy who is thrown for 23 touchdowns and 3 interceptions. I mean, he's making good decisions, and I think the addition of Harbaugh onto him was a huge addition. And also, I think another thing that does come down to this is I do think, especially for both two young teams, I think coaching is going to matter. I really like Ryans. I think he is huge upside in this league going forward. I also, though, think that when you get a guy like Harbaugh, I mean, this dude has been there. I mean, he literally has taken a team to a Super Bowl, and I think that it's those little things that are going to matter. And so I think the Chargers actually pull this one off.
All right, so we're taking L.A. on the road in Houston. Saturday night is your boys, Steelers, Ravens. Not only who you taking, but is there any part of you nervous about this thing?
I mean, you're always nervous when you're playing the Steelers, right? You're always nervous when you're playing a division rival. In some ways, I think that the team that the Steelers didn't want to see in the playoffs in their first round was the Ravens, and the team that the Ravens did not want to see was the Pittsburgh Steelers. But Pittsburgh has lost 4 games in a row. Pittsburgh, we always talk about the main things that you want to do when you go into the playoffs. You want to be hot and you want to be healthy. And the Steelers are neither. And so the Steelers are kind of limping into the playoffs. One of the things that does make me a little bit nervous is I got to say now that Zay is out, that is obviously, losing one of your top offensive weapons is a very big deal. The thing that does, where I'm much more comfortable is, we not only have between Likely and Andrews as your 2 tight ends, you still have a great, great targets. But also in addition to that, it's going to be like 5 degrees out there with the wind chill factor. And so this is a running backs game. And so this is going to be this is Derrick Henry weather. And also you're adding in Hill in the backfield. I think that this is going to be I think it's again you never want to overlook a division rival, especially when the division rival is Pittsburgh Steelers. But I think the Ravens pull this one off.
I tend to agree with you. I think the Vegas line on this thing is crazy. The Ravens are 10-point favorites. I just think it's ugly and cold. And if you're grinding Derrick Henry out, I don't know. 10 points seems like a lot, but I do really like the Ravens.
It does.
Go ahead,
but
please.
also, like real talk. I mean, like they had the Ravens line. They had the Ravens line in the last game is 20, and what did we win by 23? So I mean, like they're on to something.
Yeah, and I mean Pittsburgh's offense has been awful for the last month.
Yeah, that's right.
Let's get to Sunday, Governor. So far you've got Chargers, Ravens. I got one more AFC game for you. Broncos traveling to Buffalo. Broncos, Bills.
Yeah, so you don't get the record that I have in picking teams on y'all's show unless you're willing to take some bets on some upsets, right? Like we scored. Part of the reason that we've done well is because we scored on a lot of the upsets that we picked. I got another one for you. I got another.
Wow.
The Bills are going to lose The Bills are going to lose this weekend. The Bills are going to lose.
Wow.
And let me tell you why. It's not just because I hope they lose, but let me tell you why. Defense wins games in the playoffs. Defense wins games in the playoffs. And the Broncos defense is no joke. And I think people keep on underestimating how good this defense is. Another reason is that people say it's really difficult to play in Buffalo and it's going to be really cold, and all that is true. But do you know who is not intimidated by the cold? The Denver Broncos.
Sure.
The Denver Broncos travel well. And the third thing I'll give you is that when you look at the Bills' record, the Bills have a very good record. But frankly, who have they beaten in the past 4 to 5 weeks? I don't think that they've really had very tough competition in the past 4 to 5 weeks. And so, I mean, the last real match they had was when they beat the Chiefs, and kudos to them for that. But except for that, they really haven't beaten anybody. And so I'm going with the big upset on this one. The Broncos beat the Bills in Buffalo.
Wow. Gov. I mean, that would be a major headliner. Now, I can go as far as saying I like the points. I think I could see the Broncos keeping it close, and 8.5, 9 points is a lot. But I love you're putting it out there, Gov. Now, how much of this is the governor of the great state of Maryland rather the Ravens play the Broncos than the Bills in the following round?
Listen, I would listen. If also one of the consequences of me being right is the fact that now that means the Ravens will have another home playoff game, that's cool. I'm down with it, of course. However, I really do believe that people are sleeping on the Broncos. They're playing good football, and their defense really is lights out. So I think the Broncos shock Buffalo this weekend.
That would be wild, sir.
That would be.
The next one. B, what do you think?
When it happens, I want y'all to think of me. When it happens, I want y'all to think of me.
Huh?
Absolutely. What do you think, Broncos Bills? You think Denver could win that, B?
I took the points, but I don't know if they can win it outright. We're gonna find out. If they do, I'm gonna start betting everything the governor says.
Here's another one, Gov, that a lot of people think could be a road upset. Green Bay going to Philly.
Yeah. You know, I have seen a lot of people picking the Packers on this one, and I actually really do understand why. I mean, I think Jordan Love is the truth. I think Josh Jacobs is the truth. I think that they're having a very, very good season, and the Packers travel well. And so I do actually I see why a lot of people are picking them. I'm not. I actually think the Eagles win this one. I think that this is actually going to be a really interesting test of the theory of resting your folks, and whether or not that really does matter. I do think that you found a lot of teams who rest people in that final week, that there's a consequence because they come out, just a little bit rusty. I just don't think that happens with Philadelphia. And I think Philly actually pulls this one off, even though I do understand why a lot of people are going with the Packers on it.
I'm starting to agree with you. I feel like the Packers are becoming a little too trendy of a pick, and Philly's still really good. Jalen Hurts is out of concussion protocol. He's playing. Devontae Smith did get the day off today. I noticed that, which is a little interesting. But they're saying it's just
that was interesting.
Obviously, they've had to. I'm going out of chronological order now, Gov. They've had to move this game to Arizona because of the fires in L.A. Vikings, Rams in Arizona.
Yeah, and you're right, man. I mean, it's so devastating what's going on in LA right now, and also all of people who have folks out in LA, just know that we're here and we're thinking about y'all and providing support.
Sure.
So it's interesting. I do think there's going to be an emotional factor for the Rams. I think they're playing for a lot, and I think that they've had a really good season. And while I think this game can go either way, I just think the Vikings are playing really good football right now. I just think that when you're looking at just how consistent they have been, and also they really do have an offensive juggernaut. And I continue to say I think Jefferson is the most potent offensive weapon with the exception of Lamar Jackson, in the entire NFL. I think the Vikings end up pulling this one off. Even though I do think the Rams are a good team and they're going to be riding an emotional high as well.
I do too. I just Sean McVay in that spot is going to be very, very interesting. All right, Gov. The last game for our purposes.
The burgundy and gold, baby.
Washington. Me and B are flying down to Tampa tonight. Commanders at Bucks Sunday Night Football.
I got another upset alert.
Ooh.
The Commanders are going to win. And I tell you, I mean, the Bucks have played good football. The Bucks are also deeply streaky. And so you never know what Bucks team you're going to get. They just have not shown any measure of consistency. And here's the other reason. It's not even just that I think that the Bucks are inconsistent. I've been amazed at how remarkably consistent the Commanders have been. And y'all know, like, listen, I'm a Ravens guy, but I do root for the Commanders as long as they're not playing the Ravens. But think about it, right? Everybody at the beginning of the year was talking about Ertz. I'm like, he's old, he's washed, this and that. Well, look at what he's doing right now. He's catching game-winning touchdowns. Everybody's talking before about Wagner. Oh, Wagner's old and his best days are behind him. Wagner's got, what does he have, over 120, 130 tackles?
Yeah, he's an all-pro.
He was just named second-team all-pro.
Yeah.
He's an all-pro. Everyone's talking about McLaurin, that he's like, he's at best a good number 2 receiver, that he has never been able to hit a full potential. Now he's tied for the second most receiving touchdowns this season.
Yeah.
I mean, like, everybody who people were just completely passing over at the beginning of the year and talk about how they're old, they're washed up, they're this, they're that, da-da-da-da. Look at what they're doing. They're putting up very, very real numbers. And so I think the Commanders are just one of the most consistent teams that we're seeing in the NFL right now. And do I think the Commanders are on the way to the Super Bowl? I don't know. But what I do know is this. I think they're going to beat Tampa Bay this weekend, and I think they're going to pull off an upset.
I love it, Gov. I hope you're right.
I'm with it.
Next week we'll be celebrating.
I hope so, man. I hope so. Especially with all these picks, man. I got a lot of upsets in here. If we go 5-0 or 4-1 this weekend, Lord, drinks are on y'all.
Gov, we owe you some at this point,
Yeah, we
because you've been
definitely do.
absolutely red hot. I mean, you're hitting picks at like a 63% clip, which is just unbelievable. I know you're a busy man. Thank you for making time for us, sir.
Hey, of course, man. Listen, God bless you guys.
You too, man.
And travel safe.
Thank you. All right, thank you. Maryland Governor Wes Moore taking the Commanders, taking the Broncos. I love that stab at it. Wow, that was awesome. Governor just calling it like he sees it. Washington winning in Tampa. Nobody go anywhere. It's B Mitch and Finley. All right, B, we got to bounce. Tampa, baby. You ready for this? Maybe not. B, we got to go.
Yeah,
Are
we
you
gotta
fired
go.
up for Tampa?
HTTC, let's go, Commanders. Let's go down there to Tampa and kick some ass, baby. Let's go.
Could be fun, man. Could be a really fun weekend. Thank you to everybody who listened to the show. Thank you to PFT Commenter. Thank you to Jeff Walker for another hype
I
song.
want to see Jeff in full gear, man.
I don't know that I do, but maybe we will. Thank you to Maryland Governor Wes Moore, and thank you to the Hall of Famer Ronde Barber.
Yeah.
Excellent show today, boys.
PFT?
PFT, for sure. Yeah, twice. Thank you to everybody that called. Grant and Danny on location from Hyde Social in Clarendon. That's a cool spot. That's one of Chuck's spots. Go check it out. Check those boys out. Playoff weekend, man. I'm fired up, B. I'll see you at the airport, buddy.
Gotcha, buddy.
All right. Thanks to the boys in the aquarium. Grant and Danny, your way next from Hyde Social. Made it this far. I owe you beer.
about. We are in Arlington over in Clarendon at Hyde Social, where we'll be hanging out from 2 to 6:30 East Time today, right here in the DMV, getting you ready for the Commanders and the Bucks, wherever you're listening, all over the country on the Odyssey app. Thank you for making this show part of your day. We are going to get you ready for playoff football in the nation's capital. We're live all over the DMV on the flagship 106.7. You can stream our show on high-definition video right now on the 106.7 The Fan YouTube page. Got a great show planned for you. We'll scout the Bucks with TJ Reeves, their sideline reporter. What do we need to know about Tampa Bay's injury report? That's at 3 coming up in 1 hour. Longtime ESPN NFL host Trey Wingo stops by to break down all the playoff games with us at 4:30 today. And a future Hall of Famer, perhaps, cornerback Patrick Peterson, our Odyssey NFL insider, is on the show live today at 5:30. We're also giving away Caps tickets at 4, so make sure you're listening at that time. Danny, it's a long time coming, a Football Friday ahead of a wild card round playoff game for the good guys.
It's been a minute, dude. I mean, that 7-9 thing, whatever you want to call that Ron Rivera year one, that was fun. That was a bit of empty calorie. That was the donut. We said so at the time. I'm not going to put the donut down. I'm going to eat the donut. I wish I had more donuts. This is different. This is different. Year one, Adam Peters, Pro Football Talks Executive of the Year. Not that that's an official award, but it tells you what the conversation is. Year one, Dan Quinn. Year one, Jaden Daniels. First full year of ownership for the Harris Ownership Group, a.k.a. the Hogs. 12 wins for the first time since I was 12, hitting nukes in McLean Little League. Since you were in diapers, the world is different. Win, lose, or draw, this has been an amazing ride. What an unbelievable turnaround from just a year ago, 2 years ago, whatever. Think about where we were and think about where we are right now.
So I thought about this last night, and we'll actually talk about this later in the show, but I actually believe that if you look at the 14 teams in the playoffs right now, you got your 7 seeds in the NFC and then over in the AFC. I don't think there is a team with less pressure on them to play well or win that has more that it has to worry about, let's say. If you were doing a ranking 1 through 14, like the free and easy outfit here is the Commanders. There's not a single team in the NFL playing more with house money at this point. You could say Denver wasn't supposed to be here, rookie quarterback Bo Nix, but it's year 2 of Sean Payton. They're further along in their build. They were supposed to have kind of turned a corner by the second season. You could say the Chargers, first year with their head coach that they brought in this offseason, Jim Harbaugh. But they've got a veteran quarterback who was expected to be really good in Justin Herbert, who's an MVP candidate year in and year out at the position as one of the best passers in the league. I just think the Commanders, with the first year, to your point, of this ownership group really running the operation, with a GM who'd never done it before in his first season doing it, with a head coach who's a retread who comes over and gets his second opportunity, and go back to when he was hired and what people like me and so many others were worried about and nervous about with Dan Quinn. This team has overachieved every step of the way, and the gift that you get now is to go play a playoff game where if you win, it's awesome, and if you lose, respectfully, that stings. That's awful, but we're on to the offseason because this team's supposed to be good for a while now.
Yeah, again, year one of a regime. I didn't hit this morning. I've done a number of appearances. I'm sure you have on various channels, and people want to know about this squad. What usually happens, I've made this point a million times. I'll keep making it. In year one of a regime, go back in Washington's history. Go to ProFootballReference.com and hit that little Washington thing. Then go to the tab that says team history. What usually happens is you win 4, 5, 6 games in year one of a new regime, right? Because you're getting rid of the old, getting rid of all the barnacles that were sort of stuck, just collecting paychecks, going through the motions. You want to establish your own culture. Well, they were doing all that stuff, right? You got a bunch of short-term deals, a bunch of veterans, guys whose primes are behind him. In the case of Bobby Wagner, second-team All-Pro, by the way. We'll talk about that. But all of a sudden, you don't apologize for the fact that you've been twice as successful, literally, twice as successful as what all the really smart people, when the really tall towers in Vegas predicted you would be. Their over-under to start the season was 6.5 wins, depending on where you looked. Some had 7, some had 6.5. I saw a couple 7.5 rogue agents, but they won 12 big games. Are they as good as every 12-win team that I've ever seen? Maybe, maybe not. I don't care. The fact is they're eons, light years ahead of where they're probably supposed to be, light years ahead of where they've been over the last several decades. If we're enjoying a run like Kansas City has enjoyed, you go, 12 wins. It's a little bit disappointing. They're the 6th seed. That's not what it's been like around here. as a starving gentleman, you hand me, as Eddie Murphy once said, you hand me a cracker, I'm not going to ask you if it's a Ritz. Like, I'm so thrilled to be eating at this point in time. They're getting ready to play a playoff game, dude.
Well, here's
they got
the
a
big
legit
deal,
shot
too.
to win it.
Here's the big deal, is that they have a playoff game on the road to the division champion, which is how it has to work when you're a wild card team, and they have a really good chance to win the thing. Now, whether they do or not, we could go through, and we will today, 100 different machinations of how the game could play out and why Tampa Bay is going to be a pain to play. Baker Mayfield, with 4,000 yards and 40 touchdowns, is pretty special throwing the football and on a heater, right? Mike Evans is going to be difficult for them to defend. We'll talk about Marshawn Lattimore playing, but we do get Lattimore-Evans playoff edition. Get your popcorn ready. They're going to run the ball on Washington with Bucky Irving. That's going to be a problem. Stopping him, stopping the top 5 rushing offense in the league on the other side is going to be an issue. When you play a playoff team that won a division, even the not-so-good division champions like Tampa Bay, who give you a chance to beat them, you're not going to be favored.
Yeah.
But it also could have been that you're going on the road to play an elite team that you don't have much of a chance against. And that is not what's happening here at all. Washington absolutely can win this game. They're a 3-point underdog. This is effectively, the way betting lines are done now, basically on a neutral site, this would be a point and a half kind of spread at this juncture. Take it every single time. You got Jaden Daniels, who might be the best athlete, the best player on the field all purpose, and you see where the chips fall. But cannot wait to take a deep dive all day long into the matchup. Let's get to some news and notes for you out of Ashburn today. We start with the aforementioned Marshawn Lattimore. Dan Quinn did say that he is in. Lattimore is going to play. He will go head-to-head with Mike Evans. Now, Quinn didn't say this, but I'll tell you this. Lattimore is going to travel with Evans. Those guys hate each other. They get into knockdown, drag-out street fights on the field in some of the matchups where they play one another. It's old school, too.
Yes.
Like, you don't see legitimate hatred between players very often. And in their matchups, New Orleans, Tampa Bay, Lattimore, Evans, I'm sure there's a mutual respect for the other guy being pretty good. But this is not a let's trade jerseys and sign each other's numbers on the back with a nice message after the game. They can't stand each other. And it's going to be awesome to see them all over the field. No matter where Evans lines up, Lattimore is going to be right there with him. This is why Adam Peters traded for Marshawn Lattimore.
That's the whole point, right? Is in your own division, you got a couple superstar wide receivers where you needed to upgrade that position massively. You need to do that for the next couple of seasons. CeeDee Lamb, A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, and Malik Neighbors now in New York. So that makes sense. Now for playoff-type matchups, you're going to find everybody's got a weapon. Everybody's got somebody that's really, really hard to stop. You need to be able to do that. For a team that won 12 games, you don't know, right, Mr. Washington. It's funny to say for a team that won 12 games, they really need this guy to win a playoff game. Because they won 12 games mostly without him. I mean, the one game he played, he did it fine against A.J. Brown. Nobody does well. The other game, he kind of had to leave. Not much there. But
they weren't playing in Tampa Bay, though.
But they weren't playing in a postseason environment where everything is tighter, and you need him to try to negate Mike Evans. You're not shutting him out. That's not how the league works. There's so few of those type instances where a guy, pretty much off the scoreboard. But to me, you need to be able to say, we're not going to get destroyed. We're not going to have every third down converted against us. We're going to be able to get these guys into some bad situations, hopefully force Baker maybe to make a mistake or two. They need to be able to shore up different things, right? I always talk about the leaky dam, right? You can only plug so many fingers and so many holes to try to stop it before you get a deluge. Bucky Irving will kill you. Jalen McMillan will kill you. If you negate one of their massive chess pieces in Mike Evans to some degree, limit him, now all of a sudden you can play 10 on 10, commit some more resources, and have a better shot at it.
The other thing about they won 12 games without him, or close to it, right? He played,
mostly right.
Obviously in the New Orleans game. But they have one win this year against the team that finished over 500, and that was Philadelphia, and Hurts got hurt when Washington was down by double-digit points. When they've leveled up and played the varsity opponents, it has felt like they need reinforcements.
Yep.
It has felt like, damn, if we just had one more corner, if we just had, well, now you got it. Like, this was the point. He did not play in all but 2 of the games since they acquired him. They would not have traded for him if this was a rental for the remainder of the season. The point of acquiring Marshawn Lattimore at the price that you pay him for the next 2 years was the controllability of his contract and whatever you could get out of him in this postseason run. So the past is behind us. Wasn't that healthy, didn't play a whole lot. So what? They found a way to win their last 5 games. They won their last 4. They've got momentum going into the playoffs. Now, this is a team that finished 7-2 at home and 9-3 in the NFC. So what that he didn't play a lot? He's going head-to-head with Evans this week. If you win this game, now you're playing Detroit, and you got to ask him to play Jamison Williams, or you're playing Minnesota, and he's going to have to run around with Justin Jefferson, or you're playing the Rams, and he's going to have to help you against Puka Nacua and Cooper Kupp. Like, this was the whole point. But, yeah, they played well and won a lot of games without him, mostly against teams that aren't as good as the ones they're going to start playing.
That's right. Yeah, you're leveling up
now, and that's why he's here. But the fact that he's completely good to go, I think it tells us that maybe this was strategic in holding him out here to just keep ramping him up, that they had a plan. And it seems like that's the case at a lot of positions where they're getting healthier and healthier as this week goes along. The other big news out of Commanders camp today was that they had 4 players named second-team All-Pros, which is
what a time.
Quite an accomplishment. Like, what a time to be alive is right. I mean, think about this. I dug this up. There's 15 total second-team or better All-Pros for this team in the last 24 years. So I just met a listener who's going to the playoff game in Tampa who was born in 2000. So going back to the year 2000, okay, when he was born, they've had 15 total guys on the top 2 All-Pro teams. They have 4 named today. Of those 4, by the way, 3 were acquired by Peters in this front office this offseason. Terry McLaurin, the only holdover, second-team All-Pro, well-deserved, been here for years, grinding, now has a quarterback to pair up with. And then 2 linebackers at a position they neglected under the Rivera regime for years, Bobby Wagner and Frankie Louvu, both in year 1 here, both veteran leaders in the locker room. And then at kick returner, Austin Eckler, who finished 3rd in the NFL in kick return yards despite missing several weeks. Those are your 4 second-teamers. No first-team All-Pros, which is not surprising, but McLaurin, Wagner, Louvu, Eckler, all pros on the second team.
Pretty incredible, right? Take a bow, Adam Peters and company, Lance Newmark, everybody else responsible for that. And usage, so, the Joe Witt and Kingsbury and company. I guess not so much Eckler on offense, but as special teams cap. You see the point. The upgrades were massive and obvious. The glaring holes that were filled to be fine, just to be normal. I actually wasn't thinking that Wagner would be a guy that would get second-team All-Pro. It was possible for me that Louvu could sneak on there. Implies that he didn't deserve it, but a lot of guys do. It just depends on if you're part of the cool kids club, right? If you're one of the linebackers with a return for a touchdown, or you've got your kind of special moment. But the fact is, the talent level has been massively upgraded, and the only place you could go was up from previous, pretty incredible. And you got Taylor McLaurin, I'm sure. Terry McLaurin, who, as you said, finally has something worth a damn getting him the football, right? And it's very rare in my selfish fandom as an adult, GP, and even, growing up as a kid, I never think about a player or whatever. I just think about the happiness that you can bring me or my entertainment value or whatever. It's very rare that somebody kind of crosses over where I legitimately am happy for him. Guys like Ryan Zimmerman, Max Scherzer, a couple others kind of crossed into that territory. Nicholas Backstrom did, and Alex Ovechkin did for hockey. Terry McLaurin is one of those guys. Like, he's in that camp where I go, I'm overjoyed at this. This is awesome for me, but I'm legitimately happy for him.
Look, I say this all the time. That stadium is McLaurin's stadium. When he catches a pass, they chant, Terry, Terry. They don't do that for anybody else. And that comes with pelts on the wall. That comes with going through something with somebody. That comes with, when I was showing up and paying good money to watch a crap team, you were balling out. I think that comes with playing at a position that is a diva position where all around the league, statues crumble for me. No, all around the league, wide receivers are throwing fits every single time they don't get 5 targets. They don't get 4 catches. They don't go for 100 yards. Tariq Hill misses the playoffs once, and he's lighting the locker room on fire, basically, in Miami. You know what Terry McLaurin's done? As he's caught passes from every jabroni this side of the Mississippi over the years here, worked his butt off, gone out and been a pro, and then stayed here and got paid, and then did it again. So, yeah, there is a love for that guy.
Rightfully so.
Is earned. It's not just you got drafted and you're awesome. It's that plus years and years of putting in the work. That there is a love affair with this fan base. But if you go through the credentials, McLaurin, 1,000 yards, 13 touchdowns, 5 straight 1,000-yard seasons. I saw this stat. This was a good stat. The list of players in the league that have had 75 catches and 1,000 yards the last 5 years, Terry McLaurin and Travis Kelce. That's it.
How about that?
One of those guys dates Taylor Swift, and the other is Terry McLaurin. Bobby Wagner, 132 tackles for him, 11 straight years for him on the top 2 teams, first or second team All-Pro. 11 straight years. This is a Hall of Famer in our
what
midst.
size gold jacket you wear, buddy?
Like, I don't know what we call – there's the Hall of Fame, and then in the Hall of Fame, there's the list of, like, the best in the Hall of Fame.
Mm-hmm.
He's in that.
Yeah.
He's
Upper
easily
tier.
a Hall of Famer. But, like, if you just cut the Hall of Fame in half, Bobby Wagner goes into the other, cooler, behind-the-rope portion of the Hall of Fame. I saw that only Reggie White, among players in, like, the last few decades on defense, have had a longer run of years where you were a first- or second-team All-Pro.
That's wild.
Than Bobby Wagner. I mean, Luvu's a massive success for this front office, Danny. Free agent, 8 sacks, 14 hits, 7 passes defended, wrecking ball on the second level. But they paid him like this is what he would be when he had not really, and it's not his fault, but he had never been given the chance to be this. So that valuational win for Peters and company. And then Eckler's the most interesting one to me because he was hurt so much of the second half of the year. But third in the league in kick return yards, 31.3 yards per return this year speaks for itself. Had 5 kickoff returns ever. I give Quinn a lot of credit for this one. Or maybe it's special team staff. But they looked at Austin Eckler, who's never been a kick returner in the preseason, and they said, that's our kick returner.
He's going to do that.
It's like, are you sure you want to take the running back who's really important and do that? Second team All-Pro.
Yeah, how about it, right? He's great at with the new rules, too. Like, this is such a Wild West. This is one of those times in general. Now, in 10, 15, 20 years, it'll become old hat if they kind of keep the rules as they are now, and we'll take it for granted. But when everything is brand new, there's no paradigm. There's no, this is how we do this because we have a best practice. Teams handle that kickoff and returns wildly differently across the league, right? And Washington did better at it, frankly, than most teams did, whether it's kicking the ball in the landing zone, average starting field position. Their return game was really good. Austin Eckler's excellent at it. He's really good. You usually associate that kick returner with, whether it's the straight ahead speed or a Kamate Turpin type guy, started to bring that name up as he, stole the
say
hearts of
earmuffs,
Redskins.
and then you can say whatever you want.
You can say whatever you want. I'm not trying to make a point, Frank. Don't celebrate it. But, like, you go through that, and Eckler doesn't look like some of those guys in terms of his build, and he's, as a goal line threat. He's always the guy that's plunging into the goal line, et cetera. But he was awesome as a kick returner. So well-deserved for him, too. Love that guy.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. Busy celebratory day on Friday in Ashburn. They fly to Tampa Bay tomorrow. Game is Sunday night. In front of the country, under the lights. Everybody wanted to get their hands on this matchup. Jaden Daniels in primetime. NBC got it. Mike Tirico, Chris Collinsworth, as we get you ramped up for playoff football in the nation's capital here. Next, there is an update on Jalen Hurts' availability this weekend. That'll send some major shift through the NFC playoff picture, so we will get to that. Also, the Cleveland Browns got bad Deshaun Watson injury news, which is actually good news for them, I think. Sadly to say, with the guy dealing with an injury. But we will tackle that as well and take our first look at the playoff matchups as we are one day away from kicking off the first of 6 in the NFL. We're live at Hyde Social in Clarendon. This is an awesome bar.
What a gorgeous place this is.
So pretty,
Seriously.
so nice. Great spot to watch games, though. They got TVs all over the joint. They put audio over the speakers for all the games, including this weekend for the Commanders. Food